on to our special council meeting of November 18th, mainly for budget. Call to order, please.
Mover and seconder, please.
Brian and Wendy.
Moved by Councillor Ugly, second by Councillor Hewitt, that the special council meeting of November 18th, 2025 be called to order at 12:10.
All in favor? Carried. Roll call, Dean, please.
Mayor Bennett.
Present.
Reeve Watt.
Present.
Councillor Gauthier.
Present.
Councillor Hewitt.
Present.
Councillor Ugly.
Present.
Councillor King.
Present.
Councillor Wren.
Present.
All members present.
Okay, thank you. Confirmation of the agenda. Alan and Jennifer.
Moved by Councillor Wren, second by Councillor Gauthier, that the agenda of special council meeting of November 18th, 2025 be approved as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Any declaration procuring interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Budget. Hey, Annie, it's all yours.
Yeah, no, I'll just maybe start preamble. I just want to, congratulate staff on putting it together. Certainly Annie took the lead. It's her first one, so you'll bear with her. She's done a lot of work. It's proposed here. It's basically a proposal. We have gone through it. Departments have been through it. The mayor's been through it because it is his budget, so he's presenting it the way it's supposed to be presented. Annie's going to walk through a bunch of slides, just questions. Certainly by no means is it final draft or whatever. If council has comments, the mayor will consider those comments, bring it back at a later date if there's anything to incorporate. So, but certainly we're here to discuss it. I'll pass it over to Annie, and between us we'll walk through it. So go ahead, Annie.
Sounds good. Okay. Well, thanks, Dean. Thanks, everyone. And like Dean said, don't be shy if you have questions or comments along the way. And also, I'd like to thank my colleagues for helping out. It's definitely been teamwork, team effort here. So this is a discussion today, and we'll go on after that from your questions and comments if there's any changes. So first off, well, this is just a recap from the timeline for the budget. So today we're looking at basically the whole budget. If we need more time, or if I need to go back to make different option calculations and whatnot, then we'll come back next week for a special meeting. Normally on December 2nd, we'll be distributing the mayor's proposed budget. And from then on, if council has any amendments, those would be approved on December 16th. If there are no amendments, then the budget will be deemed adopted that day. Otherwise, if there are amendments, then the mayor has the veto period of 7 days. So that would bring us to December 23rd. And if he does use his veto, then council can override that for a period of 14 days, which brings us to January 6th meeting, which either way, whatever happens, the budget should be adopted that day. So for the summary of the budget as presented, the total levy increase would be $512,860, which represents about $91 per assessed home, median assessed home. The water increase right now, there's no increase. It would remain the same at $960 for the flat rate, and the metered rates also the same. Wastewater, we would see an increase of $121 per median assessed home. The capital investments are a total of $2.8 million, which represents about $700 per household. This is just a representation. It's not a cost to anyone necessarily. And a net reduction of capital reserves of $405,000, which is similar to last year. And our ending capital would be $364,000. This is just the capital reserves. It's not the other ones. It's just the one that touched the capital expenses. So,
If I may, Annie, can you just tell us what the medium rate you're using for a house is? What the number is?
It's $246,000.
Okay, thank you.
Keith?
I'm just looking at the spreadsheet, and if you could explain what lifestyle cost is in there. It was just a comment beside the budget value, life cycle cost.
Life cycle costs? So that is in which budget, sorry? The
Your water.
I'd have to see it myself. The life cycle cost.
Basically, I think this is the cost of the actual asset with regards to when we're computing the assets under the water system and stuff in the ground. You have a life cycle cost of the cost going forward every year, you know, deterioration or something like that. So basically, that's the life cycle cost of the water asset. It's part to do with their actual agreement. We need to have those costs to be able to report back to the city so they can put it into the rate studies at a later date. But that's it basically, you know, what is the cost of continuing that asset, you know, to keep it going, kind of.
Right, thank you.
It's under revenue though, not a cost.
Yeah.
Life cycle cost is under a revenue.
Yeah, there's an amount that we invoice to the city of Pembroke for
Our
that.
side.
It's
So we
part
have
of the
some
agreement.
We have some life cycle costs as well,
Oh,
for our system.
that they're using
Yeah.
on our, okay, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed
It's all in the agreement with the rates and everything.
Yeah, okay, makes sense now, yeah.
So with the current budget, the way that it's presented, 1% of the levy would be about $78,364. This, again, is just information that most of you know, but just what the tax levy is versus the tax rate. So the levy is the amount that is raised through taxation. It's calculated based on your revenues and expenses. When you minus out all your other revenues like grants, user fees, then the amount that's left to balance your budget will be what your levy increase will be, and it covers capital expenses that are not already covered by grants, like the CCBF, which was the gas tax, and the Community Infrastructure Fund or reserves. It also covers operating costs that aren't covered again through grants, like the Ontario Municipal or Partnership Fund, and the Canada Summer Jobs. Then you have the tax rate, which is your actual rate that you multiply by the assessment to determine each amount that each resident will pay. So that tax rate is calculated starting with ratios that come from the County of Renfrew, and then we take the assessment, calculate a weighted assessment by multiplying by that ratio. And then that way we can calculate the residential tax rate, which will then be multiplied by all the other ratios for all the different classes. So your residential, commercial, industrial, that's how you get all those other rates. So this is showing all the taxes that are collected in a year. So this is based on the 2025 numbers, budget numbers. So all the taxes collected here, what percentage goes where. So the township, which is the blue color, keeps 35.8% of that amount. The county will get 36.3%. Education, so all the school boards will get 19.4%, and then our policing costs represent 8.4%. So for our different revenue categories, which are based on what we see in the financial statements, we have property taxes, payment in lieu of taxes, user and frontage charges, provincial and federal grants, the Canada Community Building Fund, which is your gas tax, development charges, interest income, penalty and interest, fees and charges and donation, and gain on disposal of assets. So property tax and payment in lieu are the ones that come from your taxes. The user and frontage charges consist of tax sales, the cost of doing business with our businesses here in the township, the garbage collection, water, wastewater charges, your planning fees, and those are different from the other, like the user fees that we see. Those are part of the fees and charges and donations. The provincial and federal grants, so you have the OMPF, the summer job funds, the OSIF, ISIP, which is Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. The gas tax, so the CCBF, again, and the development charges that our fees are collected on the new builds, and the funds have to be used towards the growth of related projects as per the development charge study. And then the fees and charges and donation are basically everything else that is lumped in there. And then, of course, if we dispose of assets, then there's a revenue of that. As for the expenses, so you see all the categories here, general government, so that's your council, administration, all the IT expenses. In protection to persons and property, so you have the fire department there, building, bylaw, the policing costs, emergency management and animal control. Transportation services is basically the public works, so all the roads, storm, sewer, street lighting, airport. Environmental services is your sewer, waterworks, garbage, recycling, landfill. Recreation and culture is your recreation, parks, the library, community development. And in planning and development is your planning expenses, your development charges, and drainage. Any questions for all of this stuff so far?
Brian?
I just had one question. On the sheets you have here, the 2025 actual value, is that as of what date? Is that like the full year, or is that as of
Is
November
as of
1st?
a couple of weeks ago, like early November.
Okay, so there's 6 weeks still to add into those numbers, so they're going to be
Yeah.
90% of actual?
It depends on the kind of building. I mean, some of the, I think Mark's still collecting bills on some of the projects, so that's kind of coming in, the capital stuff. But the actual operating dollars are basically, we're at 10 months in, there's 10 months for sure. Could be a little bit of an 11th month, so they're moving. You can kind of, some of them you can divide 12 ways and then add 10 and a half or 11.
That's what I was wondering, on some that are fixed costs that you know what they are.
Yeah.
Were they put in there to the end of the year, so that's an end of year figure, or?
No, we
So
don't
it's-
have the exact calculation yet for
Okay.
the end of the year, but from what we can see in the tendency of what we see so far is that we're not going to be in a deficit situation. Like, some things are over budget, but I think there's going to be more that is going to be under budget than over.
But just to get back to your council, really, the thing I guess to remember is, like, it's a point in time, so it's, it's cut off, I'm gonna say, Annie took November 1st. If the bill came in October 31st, it's probably paid. If it come in November 2nd, it's not paid, so it's a kind of a moving target.
That's what I was just trying to establish.
You can't
What
take
point in
that
time
over.
is that as
Yeah,
of?
I think she's probably printed as, the GL would have been printed as of when, you think, October?
It was November 4th, I think, maybe, when I did like an
So
up-to-date.
it's not really a number you can really
Hang your hat on.
on, because it's gonna change big time. Like Dean said, you get a bill 1 week before, 1 week after. Maybe some of the public roads aren't paid for, maybe Greenwood's not paid for everything they've done yet, who knows, right? So,
And there's a lot of year-end adjustments as well.
right. Al?
So whenever we started doing earlier budgets, and whoever was the clerk of the day at that point said we're better off to look at the 3-year average, is going to give you a little bit more realistic number than 25 year to date.
And the only other comment I'll make on that chart that you had with the pie, at one time, it used to be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. That's changed quite a bit, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, well, we've included.
Sorry,
OBP,
the chart
so,
here.
Yeah, so since then, we've included the OBP, which has become a fairly big cost. Education has changed because the province pays some of the education, we
Right.
collect some of the education. At one point, the county used to be, basically 50%, they've dropped a little bit, and now us and the county are the same, and then, like I said, we add those two other numbers, that's why it's changed a little bit from it used to be.
Okay. All righty.
Great. So the next section is talking about wages and benefits. So we have a policy, HRB 01, which includes the grid, it's the grid policy. In there, it mentions how the compensation grid will be adjusted on an annual basis. So we use the CPI at September, which comes out in October. So we know that for next year, it is at 2.4%, which I can show you here, the last 7 years of what it's been historically. So we did see 2.4 before in 2019 was the same. You'll see a bit of an increase, 2022, 2023, and it kind of went back down. The next slide here with the graphic kind of gives you a better idea of the fluctuation of the rates over the years. So for full-time equivalent, so that's basically the number of employees per department. In your general government is 6.3. And just a note right off the bat is that there's no change from 2025, so the same amount. Protection to persons and property is 3.4. Transportation services, 10.2. Recreation and culture, 1.3. Planning and development, 3. So that's a total of 24.2 employees, which includes summer students in there. And then you have the list of each position per section. So general government is your CAO, treasurer, the deputy clerk, deputy treasurer, accounts payable and payroll clerk, finance officer, and a summer student. In protection to persons and property is the chief building officer and the fire department. Transportation has a manager of public works, an operations supervisor, 2 lead operators, 4 equipment operators, a public works admin assistant, and 4 summer students. In planning and development, there's the manager of planning, planning technician, and the community development officer. Recreation and culture has 1 recreation coordinator and 1 recreation student. So that what totals are 24 employees. Compared to last year, this represents about 1.06% of increase in the levy compared to 2025, and in dollar amounts, $77,364. Just a couple of little notes here. The WSIB rate has decreased again this year. I believe it's at least the 2nd year in a row that it's decreased, because I know with Laurie Dennis, there's a lot of work being done with the health and safety program, so that helps our rates. So it's down by 0.27%, which is about $5,700 savings. We did budget for less for the summer students. Last year there was almost $30,000 budgeted, but we only really did receive grants for 1 student, so we budgeted for 2 for 2026, so that's why you see a big decrease there. And then the increase in the steps of the grid, so that represents about $62,000 for the whole staff included. And then the next slide is the proposed schedule for all the different job titles and pay levels for 2026. So that is adjusted from 2025 with the 2.4% CPI. And the next schedule has the, it's very small here. So the fire standby amount, $200, so that remains the same. The student wage went up with the 2.4% at $17.97. The travel allowance was also increased by the 2.4%, so that's $225 per month. The water and sewer certificates is 50 cents per hour per certificate. Water and sewer, there's the on-call premium for $200 per week, and the lead hand is $1.50 an hour. The overall responsible operator is $1 an hour for 24 hours a day. And then the other amounts, all those, the 50 cents for the, again, like the levels of certification stayed the same at all the 50 cents with the maximum of $250. So any questions for the wages and benefits? No?
That bylaw will be brought forward at next meeting, and the next council meeting. We'll be bringing the bylaw forward for that, just so you're aware.
Okay.
Okay, so the next section is about debt. So the key drivers for 2026, we have the Roy Street West payments. So in 2025, there was only the first payment done. So in 2026, we have two payments, so starting two payments a year. So that's an extra $179,000. And on a good note, the loan for the office expansion will be paid off in 2026. There's two payments left, which is about $39,000. And there's the Robinson Road that was scheduled to be debentured this year, so we'll probably have one payment for that, and that's an estimated amount of $30,000.
So just to circle back on the last office, that's the original office, that's not the garage, that's the original office here. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the garage is still continuing on, and you have the list here on this slide of all the different projects that are currently have debts on them. So the office expansion, which you see will be the amount outstanding at the end of the year will be zero. There's a 2024 Freightliner truck, so that one will cost $72,900 this year. Golf Course Road, which will cost $86,000, and then the Public Works Garage, $241,000. Joe Street, $109,000. Roy Street, $358,000. And then Robinson Road, around $30,000. And just to note that Joe Street and Roy Street, wastewater and water do pay portions of some of those loans. And then you have the year of maturity, so the next one will be the truck that will be paid off in 2029.
Keith?
What would be our total budget for debt, like where it's?
Coming a couple slides down.
Okay.
Yeah, so all the payments that will be done in 2026 total $939,000, and the amount that will be outstanding at the end of the year will be about $8 million. So the effect on the budget, so compared to 2025, so for corporate management, which is your office loan, so that one, there's just a small difference of $1,300. Public Works sees the largest increase because of the Roy Street payment and then adding the Robinson Road payment as well. Water has a decrease, and that's just an adjustment because of the percentage of what was the water is paying is actually lower than what it was showing before, but it was always the right amount being paid, but it's been adjusted, so that's why you see a decrease there. The amount, everything, the total capital and interest stays the same. And then wastewater has an increase of $16,000. So your total difference from 2025 is an extra $181,368 in payments. The current annual repayment limit is $2.25 million. Then we'll add to that the Robinson Road payment, so that'll decrease our annual repayment limit. And if there's any other debt added, then that'll decrease that as well. So just to give you an idea.
That's your question, yeah.
Okay.
We're just less than half of the total debt we could have, right?
Right.
Yeah, basically just less than half, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, that's repayment limit, that's not debt limit, that's repayment limit, so there's still quite a bit. When you translate that into payments, I don't know what it justifies, but it's a significant amount of money. Like,
Right.
We're not in a bad
It'll
situation.
depend on the amortization and everything.
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
right?
true,
So-
yeah, the payment, yeah, exactly.
Right.
But I mean, if you look at, currently, we're paying $939,000, if we go back a slide, we're paying payments of $939,000 as of the end of, or in December, or 26, and our outstanding amount is $8 million, so you can tell, like, it's significant amounts that we're still allowed to spend. Like, we're in a good position there, we're still not, that's not a concern. I mean, to go down a path of getting debt all the time gets a concern, but right now, it's not a real concern.
So Annie, where does the, the tandem plow truck fit in there? Is that, because proposal 2026 is we're looking to finance the whole thing. Where does that fall into debt here? Is that under, like,
It's not in here.
capital costs?
It's
more
not,
than-
yeah, well,
'Cause it
we'll
is a
we'll
debt.
see it later, but depending on when the truck is purchased, it's not budgeted in here as a payment right now.
Okay, because it's not purchased.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions on the debt section? Good. Okay, so starting, I guess, in the next section, and you can look at your big sheets as well, because we'll kind of have the departments with the revenues and expenses for each.
Okay, just so you know, Annie's gonna go through it at a high level here. If there are concerns and line items, she will stop. You'll have some questions on specific, but we're not gonna go through every line here, we'll be here, so. Yeah, well, I'm not worried about the afternoon, I'm worried about the next week. Anyway,
No, but we don't want to,
Yeah.
if you have a question, bring
for
it
sure,
up.
no,
Oh, yeah.
exactly, I'm not suggesting that, I'm just suggesting, she's not gonna go line by line. If you have some questions on some line items, then certainly we'll try and track those numbers down and explain to you what we're up against.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay, so for the waste collection budget, so you have a comparison from 25 to 26. So the total budget for 2026 is $897,000, so not a big increase there. There are no transfers from reserve that are planned. Consultants, so that's 12,500. Share of a joint venture for new collection contract funded from the waste collection rate, so that's rebudgeted. And the waste collection fee would remain at $220 per household, basically. So there's no change on that rate. There's really not much change in the budget itself. So is there any questions on that one?
The only comment I'll make on that is that I know in the landfill reserves, we have almost $500,000 in reserves. I do know, speaking with Laurie, the general manager today, that the projection right now is about a $4.5 million project for the leachate when it moves forward. If it would have moved forward when it was supposed to move forward about 4 years ago, it was $1.5 million. So right now, the center is in pretty good financial shape and will probably bear a lot of that 4.5. But since we're not looking after our own collection anymore, and we're leasing the building, there is a shortfall going to be happening every year. Like this year, probably be in the $300,000 range, because we're not receiving any revenue from recyclables. So, although 500,000 seems like a lot, it's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on. I'm not suggesting this year, but any type of more money into the reserve, but and maybe Mark can speak a little bit to the waste collection fee, because there is the commercial businesses as of December 31st will no longer get free recyclable pickup. Inter, who is a new operator, has brought in a charge of $300 a ton, Mark, for commercial pickup. And it's going to have a big change on commercial, which means, you know, they're going to be paying where they didn't pay before. Does that turn recyclables into green garbage bags? We don't know what the effect's going to be, but we are going to work on that. But in the meantime, I want to bring it up, but I don't think it's our responsibility that we should put money aside to help the commercial businesses to cover some of this cost, and I just want to make sure everybody was on the same level. Like if you have two businesses side by side and one's got 4 boxes of recyclables and one's got 1, they're going to end up paying the same cost next year. So there is going to be a huge hit to recyclable pickup next year to the commercial businesses. But at the same time, I don't know how we could really try and cover some of that cost. It's going to hit, as Mark said earlier, it's going to hit small mom and pops by maybe 1,000 or more a year. I don't know, Mark, if you want to add to it.
Yeah, no, it's one of the unfortunate things with the province taking over the recycling collection is that they've deemed all commercial, some institutional, those types of stops as being non-eligible sources. So we can continue to collect our garbage through our program, but anything for recycling, a cost for that and tipping fees is all separate. So we have been working with our partner municipalities, Pembroke and Petawawa, on getting a price for that collection. and Miller Waste has agreed to collect it, but they're having challenges getting a tipping fee cost from Emterra, and they also have a depot in Ottawa, depending on where you are in Renfrew County, but ours would be the Waste Recovery Center. But they're having challenges getting a flat rate because the commodities and markets change, so that changes Emterra's pricing as well. And so we're, you know, a month and a half really away from the end of the year and still don't have a price that we can even offer the commercial operators for right now what their cost would be in 2026. So we're pushing, we're working through it, but it's just, it's been a tough one that we still don't have an answer for.
Keith and Brian.
So are these commercial businesses aware of this now for next year?
They know that the current contract ends the end of this year, but we just got the number this morning, actually, of $300 a ton. So they haven't been advised yet, but we don't have a solution how it's going to be picked up yet, because we just found out today, which is ridiculous, because that only gives us a month and a half to get all these commercial businesses ready for their range, how they're going to have it picked up. So we are going to call a meeting and bring in our MPP and see if anything can be done, because the government, I guess, controls Emterra, the new company. So like it's very disorganized as far as I'm concerned, and we've been asking for the rate for, what, 3-4 months?
Yeah, probably longer than that.
Longer
It was
than
the beginning
that.
of the year when we
It's-
started.
But all I'm saying is that if we get a huge pushback, which I'm sure we are, that, you know, we're not totally passing the budget till the end of next month, but I don't know where we should stand on commercial support pickup for.
I'm just wondering about communication to them, a letter or something.
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
all gonna come out and, I don't know, a public meeting or something, but they will be advised as soon as Mark's group and the center. Our first step is to have a meeting and see if there's anything that the province can do to even delay it 6 months to give the commercial operators a chance to, you know, get organized. Because the last thing we want to see is our landfill growing by green garbage bags and recyclables. Brian, then Alan.
So there's two types of businesses, some that put the stuff out on the curb that's picked up, and then others that look after it themselves, either with their own dumpster or their own trailers. Are they all going to be charged the same at this point then, or how is that?
Yeah,
How
so-
are you going to differentiate?
The tipping fee at the landfill would be, but it's, the ones we're speaking for are the ones that are part of our, I'll say, residential program now that we're providing the service for. The province has deemed those to be ineligible, and so we have to come up with a separate cost for those commercial businesses that we're providing that collection service for now.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if you were a business that wasn't doing that at the moment, are you now going to have an extra charge, or
Yeah,
are
so,
you?
Yeah, so likely, it wouldn't be from us, but through their collection provider who's providing that front load bin or service, there'd be increased tipping fees for them, so they would likely pass that on to the small business.
Yeah, so if your bin is picked up and you've got Frankie or whoever picking it up for you, there'd be no cost to drop those recyclables off at the center today. As of January 1st, you're gonna pay a tonnage on those. So the commercial hauler is gonna bring it back to where he got it from. A big difference. Al?
Well, and I think the biggest issue is the commercial operators are gonna start putting it in the landfill, like you said. They're just not gonna do it. You're having a hard time getting commercial to recycle today, and all this is gonna do is deter it even further. And I think that has to be told to our MP that's what they're causing to happen.
And right now, we have less than 18 months in our landfill until we get our extended CFA, so it's not a real pretty picture out there right now. But anyway, I just want to bring it up, first of all, to let everybody know, but I'm sure we're not going to change our 220 collection this year, but it might be something down the road where now that Ontario's taken over and we have less revenue, that 220 will probably go up next year. Okay?
Good. Okay, so the next one is water, which you have, again, the detailed budget on that. So just for the highlights compared to last year, so the total budget is $945,700 versus $914,000 last year. So the labor costs are at $56,200 There's debt repayment for $66,200. The city of Pembroke, we have it at $612,852. So last year was budgeted at $610,000, which we expect will be under that. So, which explains why there's not a huge increase for 2026. I did go back and look at the average usage over almost 3 years, and did the average and also did a median calculation, which gave us a number, two numbers, one being a bit below the 612 and one a little over, so we're kind of in the middle. So I feel safe with that number. I think it's reasonable. The estimated ending reserve balance, $683,250. We would be taking $20,000 from reserves, which isn't very much considering the capital expense that is planned for water is $120,000. That is for, on the next slide, showing $120,000 for chamber upgrades. And then on the next slide, you have the water rates. So basically, it would be showing the difference between 2025. Right now, it's sitting at all the same rates for residential and metered charges, so there's no increase or decrease. And then that's a discussion point for you as well. If you wanted to increase it a bit, put money in reserves or not use that $20,000, it's open for discussion.
Can I maybe just comment before? Part of this situation here is we're taking a projected rate that was done at negotiation as a, what do they call it in the bottom, proposed rate, or illustrated purposes, I guess is their rate.
Yeah.
That they figured out, the consultants. We were to have our rate study done for us to have the proper rates. The city has not done that. They're about a month behind, so unfortunately we're ahead of that. We're taking the illustrative purposes, and I think it's 7%, if I remember.
The increase is
Yeah,
7.2%, I believe, from last year,
But-
yes.
Yeah, but because of, we're thinking there's a surplus, we're avoiding that. So, and Annie's based on it. So the concept here is maybe we do want to put some, so in case the rate comes higher, then we'll be caught, because it'll be a 5-year rate study, so we'll, next year we'll have 5 years to figure it out, but we don't want to be too far behind, and then it could next year be a serious hit. So you might want to consider giving a little bit, at least inflation this year on top of that, and go from there. But that's I just want to make that out.
Yeah, so that was what I wondered about the rate study, because I thought it was supposed to be done at this point. Can they give you any kind of inclination on where it is?
We tried to, and they weren't comfortable giving anything. The 7% illustrative was use that, or, certainly will be at least that. That's kind of what the feeling we got.
Yeah, they said that they felt comfortable with us using the rate that's in the agreement for 2026.
Yeah.
For the water, the wastewater was a bit different, but they didn't have, they said that they did themselves at that time did not have any data yet back from the consultants, so.
So I think that's something we need to push back on the city. We're supposed to be partners in this, and that's what it was all about when we negotiated this, and here we are, the first rate study that comes out, and they're gonna be late. I think we really need to push back as a partner in this and say, well, you know what, then you've gotta start these rate studies earlier to make sure that the numbers are out when we need them.
And we basically did that, Councillor, and we pushed back in last year because we said this is illustrative, and they did commit to doing it for this year. We went through and we had a meeting probably 3 weeks ago, I guess, and fortunately they weren't there. And the CAO did apologize. He understands the situation we're under. And I just said, well, we're just gonna use this rate and we'll have to adjust from there. But anyway, I'm just putting it from our perspective to do due diligence. You may wanna consider it. Maybe you're comfortable with where it is and we'll just figure out where it is next year. That's fine too. Because I can't suggest where we're gonna be. I have no idea as well. But right now we're putting 7%, which falls into place here, so.
Keith?
Would you have an estimate as, if we didn't use the reserves, what the cost would be?
The 20,000.
The 20,000?
That's right, yes.
It would probably be around, let's say, it would be around 985 roughly, somewhere around there. instead of 960, like the rate,
So
flat rate.
995? Is that what you're saying?
She said 985.
985, around that. It may not be the exact number, but between 980 and 990, you would be able to cover that 20,000 and everything be covered through the rates, rather than using the 20,000 from reserve.
Basically a 3% increase roughly.
I'm still confused though, because when we negotiated, for the first 5 or 6 years, it was going up, major increases every year. Now, all of a sudden, we're 2 years into it, and they're saying next to nothing.
Well, it goes on a consultant, but remember, there's rate increases here. There's like, last year we took a 7, and I think our treasurer put 7, and we overestimated, so that's why Annie's saying we're not gonna be paying the city as much as we thought we were, so we do have a buffer there. And again, this year we're putting our illustrative perp of 7% in it, and we're still coming up with this rate, so it's a matter of, but again, I'm afraid for next year as to what happens here, and then we.
So am I, but where's the 7% now? It's like 610 and 6.
No,
You won't see like
you
a
won't see-
7% from the
okay.
610, because
Okay.
the 610 was too high.
Okay, so it's not
And-
610 to 6.
Pardon?
7.2 of actual, increase from actual.
It's based on between the average and the median cost over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
We did think that in the beginning that they overstated our usage.
Yeah,
I remember we discussed that, and we thought, we were pretty confident that it was overstated, and for the first little while, it was gonna be not as bad as what was predicted. But I kind of agree with Dean that knowing what's coming in the future, I think we need to bump it a little bit now, so that rather than having a great big spike one year and then level off and a great big spike another year, we'd be better off to gradually.
Yeah.
So if we went 3%?
Well, I think you're probably better, we'll figure out the percentage, but you tell us, like Councillor Watt was asking, do you want 980, do you want 985, whatever you want, 1,000, whatever. I mean, you tell us the lump sum fee, the rate that's gonna go to every customer, and we'll figure out the percentage from there, because
What did we say the COLA was?
2.4.
2.4.
So the 985, that's an annual cost.
Yeah.
So like, if it goes to 980, that's $20 or 25 or $25 increase for the year. So
Yeah.
by the month, it's only 2 something.
Yeah.
But don't forget, they've had big increases up to
Yes,
the
I know,
point.
I know. I am a water payer.
I was just gonna say, you should know that.
You're the only one.
So it's $23 at 2.4.
I would suggest we go around
983.
it. Well,
You
we
can
go
round it at
983 or
985 and-
985 would be better, just
Okay.
because of the round number, it's just cleaner to.
Okay.
I mean, it's
And that
up
would
to-
cover that 20,000. We wouldn't have to take the
Yes.
20,000 from reserve, so it stays in there.
Yeah.
And then it'll balance out, the budget will balance.
So is council okay with going 985? Yep, okay. So
Okay.
you have direction to do
Yeah,
that?
water, 985.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so moving on to wastewater. So the budget difference from last year is about $98,000, so we're looking at just a little over $1 million for the wastewater budget. You have a labor expense of $24,000, which is almost the same as 2025. The debt repayment is higher at $109,400. Again, there's City of Pembroke, so last year was $602,000. 2026 budget is at $618,000. The transfer from reserves to reserves, of $11,698, which is owing from water to wastewater. So that just goes back into the reserve for a couple more years, and then that one will be done. There's also here a capital expense of $150,000 for the force main camera inspection, which is explained here. So it's to provide condition assessment of force main from Hamilton Street Pumping Station to City Town Line Pumping Station.
Who does that, Brad or Mark?
Well, there's no one company that does exactly what we want to do. They have a system that'll go in and check for leaks, and I've been trying to find a company that will do the thickness of the wall. That's kind of what we want to know. So we're still working on it. Xylem is one of them that has a bigger machine that can go through it. But of course, the dollar amount goes up, right? So Xylem is the one that I've found that potentially could do this for us. We just didn't have enough money in the budget last time to get it done. So I'm in conversation with them right now. I need to feed them some information, how long it is, and the size of the pipe, so that they can give us a better determination of what they could do for us.
Okay. Thank you.
So as you know, the wastewater rate and how it's charged is based on the assessment. So it's a rate kind of like the tax rate. So we're using the median assessment of $246,000. So basically, off of these calculations, the rate would be $1,043 versus $914. So that's an increase of $121 or 13.11%.
Keith?
Two questions, please. The first one is that on the one line, it shows property taxes, $3,000. Why would we pay property taxes on wastewater?
Sorry, you're paying, why are we paying on wastewater, or is it a revenue?
3,000, it's an expense.
It's an expense.
Yeah.
We pay for wastewater.
It's property taxes under wastewater.
Last year's
Three-year
20.
average is 25.89.
I'd have to do some research on that. That kind of stumps me. Mark, do you have any reason to think?
I'm just thinking could be some infrastructure or something
Yeah, I
within the
know,
city
I'm
of
trying to
Pembroke,
think.
and we might have to pay with the force
I
main,
don't think
maybe.
we do have any, not to the city.
I'm not sure.
What about our buildings? Do we have any eh?
There's a building?
Yeah, one of our buildings. Yeah, which one would it be though?
Why?
We don't have any buildings in the city of Pembroke.
No, but maybe it's going directly into the septic though. Maybe it's going directly into city septic or city sanitary? I don't know. I honestly, I'd have to look at that as a
That
stumper.
wouldn't be property tax then. That property tax is good.
But yeah, the building, yeah, I know it right there. Sorry, that's right. It's not sewer. Your property tax of a building in the city, we don't
Or a
have.
piece of infrastructure that's on
Piece
their
of-
property.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have any infrastructure that's on city property.
The force main would be. There'd be portions of the force main where it runs through
Yeah,
the city.
I don't know if we pay tax on the
But
force.
yeah.
That's part of the study though, that force main, that's all part of the study. That hasn't, we
Do we-
shouldn't have to pay anything extra on any of that, because that's all included in the study.
That's
Everything in
revenue
the city of
for some
Pembroke
reason, I don't know.
is part of the
explains
study, and we pay them based on the rates from the study.
I wonder, as a receivable, I mean, would Tara know, would we, obviously we make a payment? Yeah, well, whatever, I mean, we can, it's not
Yeah,
that
it's
serious,
not-
but we'll find
Okay,
out.
my second question
Yeah.
is,
Not if it's
Not
gonna-
that was a
not-
tough one, no,
Not that
too
hard.
close.
It's
Not
gonna be
that hard.
easier.
why is wastewater charged based on assessment when water is by household? I don't get it.
Well, there's nothing to really get. It's been done like that in the history of Laurentian Valley and Stafford before that. And it could be changed, but it seems to work. And
Does it
that's
make
the-
it right, though? In terms of
Yeah.
water usage, everybody's charged the same.
I know.
So wastewater, in my mind, everybody should be charged the same.
I guess the argument to that is, water, you're saying every household, but maybe a household has one person and then the other one has six. You're paying a flat rate. That's not fair either. In this case, the bigger the house, the more you pay. Doesn't mean there's more washroom. Maybe there is more washroom. Maybe there's more people, maybe not. There's really the proper way to make this all legitimate is meters, right? Obviously, but the cost of putting meters in is a significant cost, and I'm not sure that'll ever happen, but in this case, this is the way history works. It works very good for us as a township. Is it the best way to do it? I mean, that's for everybody to decide.
Is that something that could be looked at into the future to see what kind of a difference it would make?
Yeah, it would be, it would be a big undertaking, but I mean, it would be a calculate. We'd have to get some consultant to look at it and kind of dissect all the situation and see. But it's something certainly that could be studied for sure.
The only, sorry, Alan, but the only issue would be that if we hire a consultant and find out it's gonna cost us more money the other way, now what do we do?
It's, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't
It's a fair
answer.
system now, I
Well,
guess.
depends. It's a matter of somebody's eye, right? It works for us as a township. It works well. Is it the fairest way? I don't know.
Al?
We have talked about it in the past. I remember on a number of occasions has come up, and when we were, way back when, we were told it was based like property taxes on your ability to pay. So if your property is worth a little bit more money, you're paying a little bit more. If your property is worth a little bit less money, so you have less ability to pay, then you pay a little bit less. That's basically the way it was explained to me.
But it fails with the water.
Well, and then when water, I don't know why they didn't do it with water. That was way back in the day, Stafford Township did that, and
Yeah, no, just, you have people filling up pools or topping up pools
Yeah.
with the water, that everybody pays. You get guys that are watering every day. Anyway,
Agreed. Yeah.
But, yeah, with
I
water.
do have a question though, too.
Go ahead.
So my question is with regards to debt charges and interests. It seems that our debt payments are the same, but our interest charges have gone from 33,000 to 50,000. Why has our interest gone up so much and our payments have stayed the same? So we haven't, doesn't look like we borrowed anything, but our interest has gone up by close to 20
And
grand.
is this the water one or wastewater?
Just wastewater.
Wastewater? It might be due to the, like the new payment for Roy Street, because the wastewater does pay a portion of it, and the
Well,
interest.
you know what, that could be, because now that I look at it, 3-year average is 5,800.
Yeah.
And I guess last year we only had the one payment,
Mm-hmm.
so this year we have two, so that, maybe that's where the difference in
Yeah.
but I just wonder why the actual debt charges on the principal haven't changed though.
But I think it's probably the new one where the interest is up and the payment is low, right? I mean, it's always at the start of a new debenture, the interest is always high.
Substantial increase.
Yeah, and it depends how
Usually
it was
that much.
budgeted last year too, maybe,
Because looking at the 3-year average, 72,000, so something's dropped off, and it's probably the other side of Roy Street. I think we're getting close to paying it off. So it's probably flopping, the interest and the principal is probably flopping.
and the Roy Street payments were just estimated last year as well, so that can have an effect
But
on
the
the
3-year
capital.
average, 3-year average is higher than what we're budgeting for, in 25 and 26, right?
Mm-hmm.
But our interest rate has gone substantially higher.
Maybe that's something, Manny, you can look
It just,
into.
it just.
I
it
can
just
revise
doesn't-
it, but it's based
just
on
kinda doesn't look
it's
right.
based on the amortization schedules,
I
like
get it.
everything is added up to make up those two amounts based on
Right.
the principal
But-
and interest
but if-
payments,
If the
but,
principal hasn't changed, then the interest should basically be close to the same, right? And it isn't. One stayed the same and the other one's gone up by 17,000.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that it has to do with the Roy Street payment added, but I can verify for sure.
Maybe we should just confirm that, it's
Yeah.
in fact right, and just see how. it
Yeah, and just make sure that there's not a mistake or,
Yeah. Like I say, it just kind of stuck out that they should be closer.
Brian?
Question on the largest line item here, special charges. What is that? Is that a grouping of a bunch of stuff? It just seems to be a very
what's the
vague,
amount there, sorry?
Well, the
845,000.
first special charges,
Yeah,
that's our actual
That's-
rates, that's our
that's-
rates that we collect from our residents
Right.
for our system.
okay, can it be,
Different name?
yeah, like, everything else is kind of self-explanatory, and that one is special charges, which is kind of,
Yeah, it's
I
not
think you asked that
special, it's
question
just.
last
the-
year, right?
yeah, well,
Well, we can look and say, I
Yeah.
don't know, can you change that to GL account names?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
We'll put some, Brian's question, put that. Brian's charges, no. Okay,
No, you're right, it makes
we'll
sense.
We'll figure something out. Okay, so,
Keith?
just one other before we leave, and that was on the force main camera inspection. Is that a necessity?
Yeah, so if your wall lining gets thin enough, then you're going to have breakages on the force main, and you don't want to have that in the middle of the winter. And then we gotta, come up with a fix, because it is a big force main, and it takes everything from the pumping station and sends it via pump, like force to the Bennett Street Bridge. So you want to do as much preventative maintenance as you can, so that you don't have a catastrophic failure, in the future, and then have to deal with it at that point, right? So if you do preventative maintenance, make sure that, we got a wall that's thin lining here, let's get it fixed before catastrophic event happens. Then Ministry of Environment gets involved, and it's a lot of paperwork.
And we don't have there's no secondary if it goes down.
We don't have a secondary.
We're pumping it out, like we're taking trucks and starting to move.
Back trucks, yeah.
Okay, that satisfies my question. The other thing is, last year, there was a couple water main breaks or water line breaks. Where is that reflected in our budget cost? Should it be, whether in water, if it's water line or whatever, is that?
Yeah, it's either water or sewer. Well, I don't know if we've had any sewer breaks, but it'd be
No,
water. It'd be under the water budget, yeah.
Okay.
That's the cost of the water system.
Betty?
I'm sure it's probably self-explanatory, but it's wastewater, and then it was reflected in the water as well. Down the bottom in wages, where we have amount for the 3-year average, the cost is high, but then we budgeted really low. Like, what would those be for? Like, right down the bottom. So let's take, the salaries for WWLOC, right in the bottom.
Sorry, where are you, Betty? Just tell us an account.
Tell the last four numbers of the account on the left,
3010, right at the bottom. Just using it as an example.
right here.
3010.
Where we had
Oh,
151,
sorry.
405, we budgeted 800, and then we're going back down to 5. There's a few other places where that happens in salaries, where the 3-year average is like a medium number. The budget is high, but then the next year's budget is much lower.
You wanna call him?
It's probably with the budget where there's a line above, like in the
Okay,
other section where it has the total salaries, and then they're separated in each
Yeah, so-
category.
okay,
Yeah.
makes sense then.
Because you see, if you look at the wastewater, I'm on the wastewater page, okay, wastewater expenses. The first one is for 2025 budget is 17,300, you see that?
Yep,
Okay, well, but you see as a 2020 actual expenses, there's none in there. There's 0 spent so far. But if you go down into the other categories of
Okay.
salary, we just put one heading as the governing heading, the salaries, but then break it down into individual water main, wastewater mains and valves, catch basins and manholes, lift stations. So we allocate salary there, but it should be within that 17,000. So that's why.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, it all rolls up. That's a good way to put it. Okay.
Okay. That's it for wastewater?
Well, no, are we comfortable? Okay, so you see where this rate is a significant increase, obviously. I mean, right now, it is what it is. You don't, that's one of them where water seems to be constant, but we're seeing an increase at $121 a household.
The only thing you look at is if you want to take some money out of reserves and reduce that increase, but
But that's an operating, and that's a slippery slope. We've done it in the past to soften the blow, and if council feels that's something we want to do, we can. We are transferring to reserve 11,600, 700, I guess. Is that for a purpose, or?
It's putting back the amount that was lent to the water.
Yeah.
So water pays it back, and then it goes back into the reserve where it was originally taken out of. In your wastewater budget right now, you do have a big capital expense of 150,000, and you're not using any reserves to pay for it. So
I thought
if
we're
you do want to
transferring.
reduce
We're transferring that out of there, right? It's on the sheets anyway.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, we are taking the reserve to
Right,
pay
that's
for
right.
paying the 150, yeah.
Yeah, that's in and out.
So where is our wastewater reserve today? Because we know down the road that there's some capital projects coming forward, and I think we talk about that every year.
Million plus?
It's over 1 million yet. It's on that colored sheet at the bottom. You'll have water and
Sewer,
wastewater.
Yeah, well, it will be at the end of this year, 873. I thought it was over a million. I guess we have
Well, we just took
estimated
150 out.
closing. Yeah, took 150 out.
We've gone from 1 million and we're going down to 873.
Yeah.
I think we'd want to be careful
Taking something.
with what sewer infrastructure costs today of reducing that anymore.
Yeah, agreed. I think it is what it is. It's $121, I know, and now, we're giving them what, in the water side, we're giving them 25, and then, so we're at $146 a household for water and sewer extra.
No per assessment.
Well, yeah, per assessment, that's right, per assessment, you're right, sorry, my mistake.
But you can't start taking money out of reserves for projects.
No, not
for down the
operating,
road,
not
so,
operating.
No.
I don't know.
But you got levy on top of that for those.
What do you mean levy, as tax, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Be an increase in addition to this, so.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. No.
How much was the increase last year? We don't know that.
Sewer, I don't know, do you know sewer by chance?
Sorry?
Sewer levy increase?
They were both
You have that?
substantial.
Do you have
The wastewater levy
Yeah.
increase?
say 24, see what 24 was, and then, well, last year from 20, well, no, that's proposed, sorry, no, I'm looking for 24.
I think it's in those big sheets. I
Hey,
don't have them in front of me.
you have the big sheets?
The increase to the effect on the levy should be at the bottom of each department in those big sheets.
No.
No.
I'm not sure on the big sheet, why would it be on the big sheet, not the number I'm looking for?
So much different last year than it is to this one.
Oh, okay, not for the wastewater.
No, I don't think they'd be on here.
That's just the
It's
reserve.
last year's.
No,
She
well,
has
I have
last
last
year's,
year's.
but
oh, I see.
but
No,
we'd
you'd have to find
we'd need
I'm just trying to see what the rate was.
the options
Yeah,
sheet.
yeah, probably.
You have
The rate increase is lower than last year. Last year, I think, was $200 and some dollars.
200?
That's
Yeah.
what we're trying to find, yeah. I don't-
Forget
Yeah, I
it.
remember looking from last year, the rate was higher. The increase in the rate was much higher, yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, that's
Anyway, it is significant, it'll be significant. We don't have that in front of us, I guess. So you don't have the sheet from last, or the presentation for last 24, no? If that's a concern of council, I'll have to get you that.
here, it might be in here.
Yeah. I'll keep looking.
Should be in there.
I don't know.
That's the operation one, though.
That's all. Oh, yeah, might be in there.
Wastewater rates, 2024, option 1 was 831, option 2 was 853, option 3 was 866. And 2023, the residential rate was 800. So I'm not sure which one we picked of those three, but it was somewhere between $31 and $66 increase.
That doesn't make, but are we now not at 900 or something? What is?
Well, okay, so we got 23, we know it was 800. We don't have 24.
24, it's one of these
Yeah,
three numbers.
And then it went to 94. So between 23 and now, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 4 years, it's at $1,200.
So you have 2025
250.
rates.
This is 24.
Yeah,
24,
so we
okay.
picked
So it's
one
a
of
year.
those three.
We must have picked one of those three last year. I don't know which one we would have picked.
But then how did we get to 900?
Well, then, that was 24, and then went 25.
There's 25 yet after that.
Yeah.
Well, 914 is 25.
914 is 25. This is,
26.
24.
1,043.
yeah, so this is 2
2 years
back.
old.
Yeah,
That's 2 years old.
So we went from 823,
say
and we're now
860,
proposing 1043, so
Yeah,
$243
Over 4
increase
years.
over 3 years, eh?
4. Well, 20, that's 23 is 800, 24, 25, and we're going into 26.
Into 26.
Yeah, 4 years.
4 years.
$50 a year.
Which isn't bad if you look at it that way. $50 a year. Anyway,
And when did the new rates start? They started in 24? 25?
last year, I guess. No, they would have started in 2024.
24.
24, we'd have took the first shot at them, eh? they were set rates according to a rate study. Last year, we used projected, illustrative purposes rates, yeah. Anyway, that's where we're at.
Brian?
Try and get the cost down then. My question is, wastewater catch basins and manhole covers, the 3-year average is 464. The budget this year is 10,000. The budget last year was 5,000. Are there some plans or reason for that, or what's the?
We didn't spend any in 25 yet. I don't know if it's coming
Yeah,
in.
so
Contracted services under catch basin and manholes.
is there a project or something in mind there, or what's?
So under the contracted services, that's cleaning of the main. So the 5,000 from this year, the work was recently done, and it's just we want to do more work next year. So that's when a company comes in, they clean out the basins, and then they flush out the lines as well to remove sediment and that out of them. So that's where that money comes from.
I was just looking at the 3-year average of 400 and some, and
Yeah, so it hadn't been,
nothing this year to date, and.
yeah, it hadn't been done in a few years. That's why we want to kind of get caught up again to get it, just remove some of the sediment and sludge out of the pipes, so there's less risk of blockages and such in the pipes.
So you end up spending 5 this year and you're gonna spend 10, you
Yeah.
wanna spend 10 next year?
Yeah, it's-
Because we're not, all expenses aren't in yet, right?
Yeah, the 5,000's been a number we've used for a long time, and the cost of bringing the truck in has gone up substantially, so we're not getting the same value with the 5,000. So the 10 is to kind of keep up with what we're doing and then have a little bit more moving forward too.
So again, preventive maintenance.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna flag the city of Pembroke costs. Obviously, the 3-year average is 397, and now we're at 602 and 618 next year. That's where we're getting at. I mean, it's the city, cost of the city.
It's a new agreement.
Yeah, it's not part of the, it's not the operating of our own system, but I think we're kind of caught there.
Well, we knew with the new agreement, water and wastewater were gonna get hit big time, and as we're all surprised that the estimates for water wasn't as close as we thought, but it looks like wastewater might have been the other way.
When we were negotiating, the wastewater was the big one of
Yeah.
the two. Water wasn't as big of an ouch, I guess you want to say, where when we looked at wastewater, it was, phew. And you gotta remember that in the end, when that was negotiated, that in the 11th hour, we were prepared to walk, and if we would have walked, like, I don't know where we would be today. Would we have a provider for water and sewer? I don't know, like, that's our problem, is we're caught. We got one delivery of both of those services, and I think we got I think we're as a municipality, we're paying what I guess we have to pay in order to have those services. And we're not big enough to have them ourselves.
No. And I guess you always look, and not an excuse, but we went through 10 years of no increases, basically. You know, if the
So
city
we're way behind,
had done
we're
it-
playing catch-up.
Yeah, we'd be paying more today if it would have been renegotiated when it was supposed to be renegotiated. Guaranteed we'd be paying more.
Something we probably should do for the future is have a look at some of the other municipalities in our area, what their water rates are, what their sewer rates are, just so that we can have an idea of like where we are based on our neighbors and that, because there's Renfrew, there's Deep River, there's Petawawa.
We're currently in a bit of a discussion with LAS, which is a group out of AMO that provides services there, and they've encompassed about, I'm gonna say 7 or 8, or maybe more, small municipal water and sewer systems, and they're looking at different ways of how that should function, whether it's a local board, where, you know, the whole system becomes owned by each municipality, basically an auto evaluation recovery center, where we're partners, but the whole system, infrastructure, running it, everything is done by one body, and groups of representatives from each municipality. And so we're in the midst of that study. It's not costing us any money, so we're looking into that, and maybe they'll come up with some options. But I just did calculation. I mean, currently on our average median assessed home, we're looking at if we leave the rates the way they are, $2,028 a year for water and sewer, which is $170 a month. Is that, what's that? Yeah, well, there's some, so that's some houses.
So why is it all of this, the proposed
So-
township? I don't get that.
And it says 2025 and it should say 2026, but, so this is a comparison from, so the combined rate in 2025 for Laurentian Valley, City of Pembroke, Town of Petawawa, and Whitewater. So water and sewer together is those rates, that 1,874 was what Laurentian Valley was charging, and then the other rates for those other municipalities. And then we're gonna go up to $2,003 combined. Then I don't have the other municipalities, that's why it just says
Yeah.
2003 across the board, but, so this is just, it gives you a bit of a comparison, at least for 2025. And then going into 2026, we're at $128, which a little bit more now with the water being higher, but, and then we'll see what the other ones are, but it gives you an idea anyway.
And like Alan, you said, compared to other municipalities, look at Whitewater. You know, we'd be more than that because the infrastructure would have to be added to it, so.
We gotta look at the difference between us and the city of Pembroke. We have to add our system in, over and above what the,
Yeah, we don't have a plan,
right?
no.
So, is 429 what it costing for our own system? Maybe a little high there, but if you didn't have our system, we'd be a lot closer to where the city of Pembroke is. Which that's an option down the road too, that maybe that's something we need to look at, is have the rate study encompass both systems and let one group run both systems and be done with it, and remove that from us, and we just pay into the rate study for the entire system, including
Okay.
ours.
So what does council want to do? You want to leave those rates as they are? I don't think we really have much choice.
No, you're not. You're not, I don't think you want to be drawing out of reserves at this point to cover some, to bring the operating down.
Okay.
And just to come back to the question for the property taxes, Kim did get a chance to look into it. So it's a pumping station at 521 Hamilton Street.
So why that? Well, unless we're paying for the force main, and like Mark said, we're paying for a pipe, I don't really know. We'll look into that one. We'll find out why we're paying that. Okay.
Shouldn't be,
No,
because
it's
we
in our
say
township.
everything in the city of Pembroke was
Yeah.
part of the rate study, everything within their boundary. That's
I
what
know.
we agreed to, so.
Yeah,
Maybe
we'll look
that's
into
something
that.
that's got overlooked that we shouldn't be doing.
Yeah,
Could be.
okay. Good question.
Okay.
Okay, so now moving on to the operating budget. So the first one here is waste management. Not a big difference here from last year, so there's a decrease of $1,000 in the expenses. For the recycling containers, it's just an in and out where, because we keep an inventory here and we sell them, so it's not something that really affects the budget per se. We sell about the same amount as what we buy or whatever, so that's the way it was in there. And then the effect on the levy is $350,000, which is about the same as last year there, so. Any questions on that one?
Seeing none?
Okay. For general government, so this includes council, corporate management, administration, and information technology. So council and corporate management. So there's an increase for council of $5,500 in wages because with the 2.4%, so that increases $4,670 and $850 increase in the education and conferences. As for corporate management, it's only $150 increase because we have a decrease in the debt interest charge due to the declining balance of the principal, so that's $1,350. There's also a $1,500 increase for bank charges and fees. Administration and information technology. So administration total increase is $122,200. Of that, there's the main ones are wages for $10,000. There's a capital expense for the new flagpoles of $16,000. We budgeted for the election, so that's $50,000. There's about $33,000 of that coming from the reserve for the elections. And we put 50,000 for the infrastructure needs study. That's a project done with the city of Pembroke. For the IT, we increased by $15,000 to cover all of our different softwares and services provided with OnServe. Then we have our capital expense, which is regular computer replacements. We try to keep those up to date and change 2, 3, or 4, whatever may be, per year, so that we put $12,000 for 2026. So effects on levy, your council is $251,920. The corporate management, $47,450. Administration is $1.3 million. And IT, $115,000, so a total effect on levy of $1.7 million here. Questions?
Jennifer?
What is council benefits?
On your salaries, yeah, there's a little bit of, probably CPP or what you're paying into.
Yeah.
Alan? And then Keith. Sorry.
So just a couple things, and the study, is there any chance that we can push that off a year?
Yeah, for
or
sure,
we-
no, it's in the middle of it there now, that's part of the rate
So
study.
Nothing we can do with it, okay. The other thing I have, and it came up here, and we got another $15,000 increase in insurance. And I go through all of the departments moving forward, and there's insurance in every single one. My last calculation, I was getting close to $250,000 we're paying a year for insurance. I know we've talked for a number of years that we need to go out and make sure that our company is treating us properly. But $250,000 a year insurance, and it just, every year it's increasing by substantial amounts, way more than what inflation is. We're not having any kind of claims. I think the last claim we had was at the Waste Recovery Center that shot our rates way up. I think we really need to take a real hard look at that, $250,000 a year for insurance.
And a point well taken, and it was scheduled to be done this year, and then with our treasurer leaving, so that's why we pushed it off. But that will be on Annie's goals and objectives for 26. She doesn't know it yet, but she will be getting it. So we'll be reviewing that. Now, I caution, because there's only like 3 companies in the game now, but you're right, just at least we're finding out where we're at, you know, so yeah, that's well taken. Yeah. We got it signed.
I'm just wondering, are we soon getting to the point where we would be better off as a municipality to be self-insured? I know that the company that I retired from, that's what they were. They didn't pay any insurance to anybody. They were self-insured, and you know, they have quite a bit of trucks and everything on the road, and lots of stores and everything, you know, a lot bigger business than what we are, but we gotta soon be getting close to that.
Well,
I know one claim could push you over the edge, but.
The thing is with that, I mean, they tried to do like a group of municipalities, remember the Onyx thing, and I think Laurentian Valley at the time was part of it. It just never worked because it went bankrupt, but with the joint and several liability legislation, which means that if we're 1% liable, we pay total amount of pocket because we got the deep pockets. I mean, that's what we're generating from. But I don't think we'll ever self-insure, but we do need to do our homework to make sure we're getting treated as best as we can with other companies.
Yeah, agree.
Higher deductibles, you know, less, you know, whatever. I mean, right now we're blanketed at like probably 20 million a claim, you know, like that's the kind of stuff we're working with. But these insurance companies, as Councillor Wren states, they don't even look at our history. I mean, we have a pretty good history. We have had some claims, a few little ones, but again, we're paying the penalty because they need to just justify their whole portfolio, because if they don't cover it from everybody, then they're not going to be in business either. So, but we're seeing it in our own insurance, right? Personally, like cars and stuff is out of control, like the insurance industry. But
Doesn't seem to be at the percentage increases that we're seeing here. Yes, we're seeing it on our house insurance a little bit, but I don't think it's to the extent that we're seeing.
they're severe, for sure.
And Annie, did you not tell me last week that you're not even sure what these rates are going to be next year?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to mention, is that we haven't received our renewal yet. It's in the process of getting done. We've done all our paperwork and everything, so we're just waiting to hear back. So I just took the actual expense from 2025 and increased it by 3% because I don't know how much it's going to be. So it's a rough estimate. Hopefully it'll be under that, but
Likely it won't go down anyway, probably.
No.
no.
Okay, Brian, then Keith.
My question is, council education fees. The value went up over last year's budget, and it's, 3-4 times what the 3-year average is. I'm thinking it could be probably half of what it is, and 15 would probably be a better number than what's there.
There's a calculation in the bylaw for that, so that's how I calculated it. So that,
Yeah.
again, can
The
be
entitlement of what we're allowed to do.
Yeah, and it's down from where it should even be, but, it's the old story. I mean, if, for 1 year, if everybody decides to go and do it, and they're entitled to do it according to the bylaws, Annie said, then we don't have enough money to cover it then, we're gonna be over. So this way, I think we scaled it down a little bit, but to scale it more, I mean, it might be fine for this council, but next council, we'd have to boost it back up, because they may be, it just depends on who you got and how much interest there is to go to these things, so.
It's up to council. You want
Yeah.
to reduce it, and you put your hands up, and nobody's going to get educated next year, then we'll put it to zero.
Early bird gets the worm, whoever gets out of the gate to what conferences goes. When we run out of money, we run out of money. But I don't know if that's, it's not,
We're entitled to what, 2 conventions generally?
no, there's a fee, it's a dollar figure, and I can't even remember, it's 4,000 a council
Yeah, okay.
member or something, and,
Which is generally what 2 conferences
yeah, well,
cost.
Toronto's pretty tough here.
Yeah, I know. I don't know, Keith,
Next question.
Yeah,
we'll leave it where it is?
no, I don't
Okay.
care.
All right.
Election studies, or election costs,
Yeah.
up to 50,000. Has it increased that much? Because we contribute every year.
Yeah, we put 8,000 in every year, as Randy said, we're taking some out of reserves to cover some of that, it goes into,
It'll show reserves coming out of
election reserve.
26 plus 8 we're budgeting for this year. If you look under election.
Oh, yeah. 35 too,
Yeah.
Yeah, so the
So we've
net
saved
cost would be about
35 too.
15.
We're putting 8,000 in a year, and then last year we put it a little bit more. Now, the costs, they're expensive. One thing about us, which, should maybe be a discussion, I know we talk about it all the time, and we would have a room full of people, I guess, but we're doing all three. We're providing electronic, paper, and telephone. Where a lot of municipalities now are getting rid of the paper. But we're, some of our crowd is not gonna be happy if we take away the paper, but that's another cost. That's because we're getting tabulators now to count these things. We're setting, we're doing different things. So we're providing 3 different services for elections, and we're still only getting upwards of 40%, which is very sad, but that's.
Lucky to
just the way
get
we're-
40%. Al?
Yeah.
So is it worth getting tabulators for the amount of paper ballots that we're actually getting?
Well, the problem, tabulators are, they're a cost. They're certainly a lot less labor intensive, because then you gotta get teams, and you gotta bring the teams in, and then you gotta get all that sorted out, and there's a cost of paying the people. So the difference between is minuscule, not minuscule, but it's not as much as it sounds like. But it's still another cost, right? That whole thing, that whole paper component is also a cost. And to what, because somebody wants the traditional X voting, I don't know. And then we also have data list management we're paying for too as well, where we have to pay to put, we need that. It's not, the old days of stroking it off are gone, but, so you have a list manager live, so you can do your electronic voting too. So it seems like a lot of cost, but there's a lot of stuff in there too. There's a lot of, to provide, and people don't always use it. That's the very unfortunate part.
But I think the day we take away the paper, the day they.
I'll be gone.
They'll be fine. It's still an option for the folks that want the computer, and
But there
it's
are a
not
lot
worth
of
the
people,
consequences.
but there are a lot of municipalities now are going away with the paper, and then a lot of them, the more so every time they seem to drop the paper.
Jennifer?
Do we have a percentage on, is it phone and then paper, or?
Yeah, I certainly have that, and probably on my desk, as a matter of fact, but it's if I'm correct, I think it's electronic first, more people, but then there's paper component, maybe, I'm gonna say maybe 13%, maybe I'd have to check, I don't
Yeah,
wanna
you
confirm.
probably had 600-700 last time.
Maybe, yeah, 600, yeah, 600 or 700.
Keith?
At the next CAO meeting of all the municipalities, maybe do a survey and see who's going where, or do we?
Oh, yeah, no, well, we have that. We have a group of 8 of us, and I think out of the 8, there's probably maybe 3 now that are doing paper. The other 5 are abolished. They're not even doing telephone. Telephone is a little archaic. It's a bit of a funny system. It's not really costing us a whole lot more money to do it, but I think 3 of the 5 are doing paper, and or 3 of the 8 are doing paper, and 5 are going straight up electronic. You know, it's that first election, you gotta bite the bullet, and then it seems to be move forward,
Yeah.
but
That's
anyway.
cost of doing business right now, I
Yeah.
guess. Unless somebody wants to,
No, too late now. Yeah,
We're
we
too
can't
deep
change.
into it.
Yeah, right, can't change now, not for this one.
okay, sorry, any other questions there for Annie? Okay,
Okay, so the next section is protection to persons and property. So that, as mentioned before, fire, building, police, there's lottery, bylaw, emergency management, and animal control.
maybe, Annie, before you get started, maybe, Tim, do you want to come and sit in the hot chair now?
You got a half an hour till I get there?
That's why I give you a heads up.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, Annie.
No problem. Okay, so just a couple of notes that I can make before you ask Tim any questions. There's an increase of $42,700 in the expenses, whereas the revenues, we kept the same. It's just to stay conservative, because we never know how much they're going to be, and then the uncertainty of if we're going to collect them or not. So there's an increase in wages of $30,800, and a lot of that is in the benefits, because before 2025, I guess, the firefighters were not paying into the CPP and unemployment, so, and they didn't have OMERS. So in 2025, that all changed, and they do have CPP and EI, so now the employer has to pay a portion of that, and then they also have access to OMERS if they wish. And they had the choice to go back to 2023. They had to pay their share back to 2023, but then the employer also has to pay that share. So there's a bit more of an expense in 2025, and then in 2026, well, we do see an increase from the budget of 2025 or 2024 because of those extra amounts that have to be paid on the employer side of the benefits. Then we have increases in material and operating supplies of $4,000, extra $5,000 in equipment and repairs, $2,000 for building repair and maintenance, and you guys have the detailed budget that you can look at as well. And there is in our capital, which we'll talk about later, but you can talk to Tim about it right now, as well as the purchase of the fire truck. So I'll let you ask any questions.
Keith?
I guess my question comes under the communication. I know a little while ago there was talk about the radios, and I just want to know if anything's going to happen there that we need to include in the budget or not.
I honestly don't know at this time, Keith. I know we're still, excuse me, we're still having meetings, and it's funny you bring that up. When I was looking at this a few minutes ago, I'm thinking to myself, we didn't put anything in because I don't know where it's going, okay? And I really don't believe anybody does, okay? Until the county gets themselves situated and we get, until we can sit across the table from the county and say, this is what we need, none of us know where it's going, okay? There is some meetings that are coming up. I hope that will lead us ahead a little bit, but yeah, that I have we don't know at this point in time.
So the meeting you did have, it went nowhere? There was
No, it did. It facilitated another meeting, okay? But that meeting hasn't come together yet. Now, most of the chiefs are down at the convention in Niagara Falls this week, so I don't know when the next meeting is going to happen. I talked to some of them the other day, but I'm assuming it was not going to happen until after Christmas.
All right.
Go ahead, Randy.
I do know that there are a few other departments and municipalities that are looking at leaving the CAC system, which would greatly impact our increasing cost if that happens.
Yeah.
And as I told Tim a couple of weeks ago, my offer's still there that if we need to go to the county and have a spokesman, whatever, over all of this, it's still out there.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna happen, okay? It's just that with everything else, it's it's a slow-moving machine.
Okay. So I guess, Brian?
I'm jumping ahead with regards to the new truck. Is this a replacement or a new truck?
No, this is a replacement. Our rescue van that we bought about 10 years ago, that was an old ambulance from the county. I mean, it's done its job, but I put in probably 15,000 in the last 2 years into it, and it's still not right. I mean, it can't keep air in the system, and it's getting to the point where it's out of service more than it's in service, okay? So we need a proper vehicle for that, and like it handles all our air bottles, and what we would do with a new one is, I'm not saying we need new, but we need some money to buy something relatively new, so we can even move our extrication equipment onto it. So it would just make it quicker for response for that. But, yeah, no, it's to replace something, not new.
Yeah, I was going to say 250,000 is a long way from an old used ambulance cost.
Yeah.
So what extra benefits are we getting is my question.
Well, we're getting something we can depend on, okay? When we bought the ambulance, I thought that was the right way to go. I think we all did. It cost us more to get it painted than it did for the actual truck, okay? And then the guys we put 3 or 4 weekends together and rebuilt it in the inside. And it's been good for its time, but its time's up. And it's, like, I don't know how many times we've gone to a call. The problem is because of the diesel and the regen system, okay? We go to a call and it sits there for 2 or 3 hours running because you got to keep it warm or keep it cool, whatever. And then we get back to the hall. Well, I got to send somebody out for another 3/4 of an hour to drive it up and down the highway. So it goes out of the regen because if we pull it in the garage and I shut it off and it's in regen, now it's going to cost me another $300. Take it to GM and get it programmed so it's out of regen. So it's between that and I've replaced the mostly everything you can do with the air system, and it still leaks. You know, it's at its day. You know.
Al?
If memory serves me right, we talked about this last year, and
Yeah,
I
we
thought we were going to put this over 2 years. I thought we were gonna, pay
I believe we
half
put it-
1 year?
I
and-
think that's what we did. We put some in the reserves and we're pulling that out as well to cover the other costs. So we're not in capital now, but we can go back and.
Okay.
No, but Tim's here, and I don't expect him to say the whole thing, but, and I agree with you, Alan. Now, Tim, I guess my question is, what time how long do you think it's gonna take? Like, if you get the go-ahead from council to go find one up to 250, how long will it take to find it?
I don't know,
Okay.
okay? That could take 6 months, you know. I may get lucky in January or February, who knows? I don't know. It's just, because obviously I can't buy a new at that price, okay? But I can get something fairly relatively new and, you know, that,
Right.
so.
I was just thinking that if you didn't get it till June or July, and then we could spread it over 2027 as well.
So just to clarify, so technically right now we're expensing 170 in this year's
Yeah.
budget and 80 from last year's reserve pulling back out.
Right.
I don't even know if we put 80. It might have been 25 we put in. I can't remember. 80 doesn't sound right.
I thought it was 35 or something,
Yeah.
30 or 35.
Anyway, we're
something.
pulling 80 out of reserves. So we got 170. So what Steve is suggesting is we take the 170 out, transfer 80 more into reserve, and then hopefully pay for it in January of 2027.
That's very possible.
Like, I don't know, like if you said, well, Steve, it's gonna be July, well, as Annie says, anything after July, we're probably gonna expense next year anyways, right?
Well, that's
Well, it
if
depends
you
on-
have, if you're debenturing something, but this one here would be paid out.
Yeah, so.
The question
So,
is
yeah.
when does it hit the ground? It's supposed to be expense when it hits the ground.
Right.
So if it hits the ground on
Buy
July,
it and hang
we're
on
paying
to it. I wanna use it in the dark.
The bill needs to come in January 1st or January first, 27.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't know. Something to consider.
It's possible.
But you can't survive another 6 months with it?
Well, I might be able to squeeze 6 months out of it, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's, you're gonna need more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna need 9, 10 months, so the
Okay.
bill comes in the year after.
You need it.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I can get something for 100 and a quarter and it's decent, that's where I'd go. I mean, I think I'm on the top end at 250 or 275 in that area. I think we're at the top end. I'm hoping to get some a lot less than that, but you just don't know.
So
Are you looking
good.
for like another ambulance style, or what are
Well,
you looking for?
they have yeah, something similar, but a rescue van, okay? Like, there's departments that use them for a few years and then they trade them in, okay? That's what I'm looking for, because it's already pre-set up for everything, and we don't have to go through that expense and the painting and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm looking for, and they do come up on the market now and then. I've been watching the last year or so, and so, yeah, they come up, so.
Do you think we could drop that to 200 or should we better leave it at 250?
He was at 400, we got him to 250.
Yeah,
We thought
yeah.
we did good, but if you get him to 200,
Okay, we'll leave
We'll
it.
play
at
it by ear, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know,
Okay.
yeah.
Wendy?
So this is the vehicle that is for the extrication equipment, correct?
Well, the extrication equipment is on our main truck right now, but what I would do is if I would move the extrication equipment to this vehicle. The vehicle right now is used for all of our air bottles and all of our air packs and, like, it's all our first aid stuff. It's got everything in it, okay? It's our, I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a rescue van. So all I would do with the new one is move the extrication equipment to that, okay? That, then when we're tied up at another fire, we could still respond with our rescue, okay, for an extrication. But right now, when we're tied up with the fire, with the main truck, I put Pembroke on standby because we can't get away with that main truck, so. Anyway, that's.
Any other questions for Tim? Okay, thanks, Tim.
Okay, so for building, so that's the building permits and all that section. So the revenues are increased by 2,000. For 2025, we're expecting to probably be under budget for the revenues, which is why we didn't increase a whole lot for 2026, especially considering that there are developments. So because we're going to be low, we're already budgeting like quite a difference between our actual 2025 and for 2026. So that's why the increase is only for 2,000, but it could be more, hopefully. And it's all in the building fees and not in the septic fees. As for expenses, there's an increase of $9,350, which comes partly from wages for $4,800 and convention and registration expenses for $3,900. For policing, we didn't get the information yet. I haven't seen anything. I don't know if anybody else has, but we didn't get our numbers yet for 2025, so, I mean, it's roughly the same, or for 2026, so we've budgeted roughly the same as 2025. We may see a bigger increase there.
well, I think what the province has stated, it will be no more than 11.2 or whatever, 11% anyway.
Yeah, 11.
So I don't know, I think when you say, pick a number like 11, I think we can anticipate it will be 11, but, you know, we have not been told that. It just stated that it will be no larger than 11%, so I don't know if they're expecting, I don't know what 8,700 is that, do you know what percentage that is, or? roughly?
8,700, that's another budget.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, that's the other
Yeah.
budget, sorry, yeah. What did we increase it by, or did we increase anything?
It's going to be about the same.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so we're probably seeing an increase there.
Did we not put 100,000 aside from last year?
That might be some of that community stabilization. That might be some of that too. There's gravel and there's, eh?
We did put money in.
Yeah.
Because we got money from the province, and that was
Right.
gonna be my question was,
Okay.
we got money from the province last year,
After the fact.
to
Soften.
offset it. So we did put some way to soften the blow this year because we assumed that we would get hit with it this year. And so that's my question. Are we getting hit with it this year?
11%, maximum.
Yeah, but is it 11% on what though?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I see what you mean.
They said, here's whatever it was.
Yeah, because they left the rate the way it was, didn't I? If I remember mistaken, we had already went out and they gave us money back after, so we didn't decrease the expense, we just took the money.
We put the money in reserves and we
Yeah.
said, we'll use that to soften the blow for this year.
Yeah.
Okay? But now my concern is if they're gonna go 11% on what the actual rate was,
Yeah.
or are,
I don't know that.
That could be 100 grand. Or close to it. How do we figure out where we put that 100 in that we got back from
I'm
government?
gonna check it, I'm pretty sure it's now when I think about a stabilization.
Is it?
Pretty sure. I don't know how much exactly of it was, but can certainly
it was
find out.
substantial, we put away.
Yeah, well, probably 100.
Jennifer?
Just to go back to wastewater from 2024, it was, increase was $199.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess, did we get in the letter, did it state when we would be getting, I think it was December, but I don't know.
They said November, actually, so,
November, okay.
but I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, so we'll probably have that shortly.
Which
Yeah.
could make a difference too.
The other expense there is the $8,700 is for the police service board, and that's the net expense. So this is an estimate on the potential cost, and it's a partnership with a couple other municipalities, but it's going to be looked after here, so our net expense would be about $8,700. And that's a mandate from the province to have this board.
Keith?
Just coming back to the actual community policing, it is a little bit less than we're showing last year's budget, but, I mean, they have wage increases, they have new cars, new vehicles, all that. I'm sure we're gonna be close to the 10, 11% increase this year.
I agree. So if you do 10, that's what, 150,
90 grand.
150 grand.
Mm-hmm.
And it's showing a decrease from last year's.
Well, the actual is going to be a little bit less, that's why.
Yeah, because we do get some credits over the year, like we do get a few credits for our actual policing costs. That's why it's down.
So, what, Al?
I think Wendy had a hand
Oh,
up.
Wendy, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, right now, we have it set the same, because we don't know what the rate is, but I think we need to add, I think we need to add at least 10% or 11%. I think that's where we're gonna be at.
Yeah, and that's partly where that levy stabilization could come in. Because if that's where we put the 100 we got back from the government last year, we're sitting at 264,000. I got lots of ways to spend that 264, but I think you're right. We're gonna have to take some money out of there. Alan?
So just a couple of things. Is the police services board up and running and actually working?
Well, Chris has been kind of, yeah, well, I just basically
It's just
starting, I
starting.
guess. They had their first meeting 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago.
Yes, we've had, so, oh, sorry. I don't know if this is all starting. Okay, can we hear me now?
No.
Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay. So essentially, this has been a work in progress. It's taken quite a bit of time to essentially become compliant with all the regulations and everything for the Police Services Board. This includes training all the members, establishing a budget, creating terms of reference, creating several other binding documents for the Police Services Board. We are now compliant with all those. We have one more meeting in December where we're basically going to finalize our budget and one or two other things. We've reached out to the province for a provincial appointee. The next step will also be reaching out for a public appointee, of which we have one. And then after that, then we'll be inviting the inspector of police to our yearly meetings starting in the new year, which will have a minimum of 4 meetings. And that will officially start the cycle for the Police Services Board. And that is why we are basically proposing this, because now we have official breakdown of that. The board has also agreed to pay for the staffing costs to operate that. And so a component of that is staffing, insurance, a little bit for memberships. But compared to most other municipalities, this is a very, very phones. Only costs that we need to incur for this police services board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what does council want to do about police costs? Alan?
Well, I think it was stated that we're going to find out late November, early December what the actual cost is, so why don't we decide on it then and decide if it's more than what we budgeted for, then I guess we decide where we go and get that money from. It's reserves or taxation or where it is, right?
I agree with you. I think we've got to wait to see.
Okay. Just keep that in the back of your mind, that's all. Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break for 2 hours then? Sound all right? Okay. Yeah, it's wild how they can keep spending money. Then he was telling me on Remembrance Day, Steph Newfield Continue on with the budget. Annie, please.
Okay, so the next section is lottery, because we do manage all the licenses and other projects that come with the lottery here. So we increased the revenue by 5,000. So this is a revenue that comes from OLG. It's based on the 2025 actuals. The expenses, well, the only expenses really are the wages, which is a very small amount, so there's an increase of $170 there, and any other expenses are just absorbed in our regular operating budget. For bylaw revenue, there's a decrease of $600, and that was for the hawkers and peddlers licenses, since there's really maybe a couple a year, there's really not much, so we decreased that revenue. As for expenses, there's an increase of $2,150. There's a $5,000 budget for bylaw reviews and writing contract. So that's a new expense that is just for 2026. And there is a $3,000 decrease in training and conference because it's every 2 years. So we saw an increase in the building and there's a decrease in bylaw. So it's just kind of, they offset each other every 2 years, where Brett goes to conferences. He just kind of alternates between the two. The next one is emergency management. So here we have an increase of $500. We allocate a portion of staff time to emergency management. So there's an increase as well of $500 for training registration. Animal control, revenue decrease of $100. The provincial grant to be in line with the 2025 actual. And then the expense has an increase of $300, and that again is based on the actual materials and operating supplies. So for all of these different categories, you can see the effect on the levy. So for fire, an extra $390,000. Building, $52,950. The policing is just about $1.4 million. Lottery is a decrease, or less of a negative impact, I guess, on the levy because there's more revenue than expenses of $177,000. Bylaw is $11,000, emergency management $500, and animal control $21,600, for a total of just about $1.7 million for this section. Questions? It was a simple one.
Everybody's good? Keith?
On the page for emergency management, it goes through and gives you a total of $16,800. And then the effect on the levy back was $65.81 on the 3-year average, and we're showing $32,200 in there.
I'd have to see it. I can look at the sheet. Sorry. This is the emergency management one?
Yes.
So this one has, it's because of the revenue, and in the way that this is done, the capital expenses are not there. So there's a revenue of $50,000, and it's a potential grant that would be expensed, but it's in a capital expense, so that's why you don't see the expense there, and you see the $33,000 difference. So we'll mention it again in the capital section.
Yeah, because what'll happen is, as Annie told me last week, that if they don't get the grant, then the expense doesn't happen either. So it's an in and out no matter which way you look at it.
Right.
Anything else for Annie on this? Okay.
Okay, so planning and development. So here we have planning, development charges, and drainage. So for planning, there's an increase of $1,500 in the revenue. So that's basically the fees, like the user fees that we talked about at the last meeting. So it's in line with that. Expenses are increased by $6,300. So most of that is wages for $5,600. There's a $1,000 increase in advertising, and there's a $500 decrease in legal fees. Those are your main differences. As for development charges, there's no revenue budgeted. There's no expense either. There was one in 2025. That's why you see a decrease of 30,000, because last year there was 30,000 budgeted for the development study, so development charges study. Next one is municipal drains. There's an increase in revenue of $600 in provincial grant. Expenses are increased by 4,000. Contracted services are increased by 5,000 for the township's share of uncoverable expenses, and a decrease of $1,000 in convention registration. So for those three categories, planning has a $305,700 effect on the levy. Development charges has none, and municipal drain $14,400 for a total of $320,100. Any questions on these?
Al?
So for the development charge study, we planned $30,000 last year.
Right.
And we didn't do it. So we're planning only 20,000 this year. Why would we go down 10,000?
No, there's no expense for the development charge study in 2026.
Budgeted $20,000 for.
That's under zoning and.
The zoning expense, yeah.
Okay,
The official plan, zoning and official plan is $20,000.
okay. But
So,
didn't we plan that for 30,000 last year?
no, I think it was 20,000 last year as
Was it?
well, but yeah, sure, you can add if you want.
Sure, just I guess to clarify, so with the development charge study, it is underway, so they will be coming back yet with some more information. So that project is ongoing this year.
Okay,
And then with the official plan and zoning review, they're ongoing, and there will, as we complete one, we roll into the next, so that's why we still keep having a budget related to that item. And we're expecting to bring back, if not December, then the beginning of the new year, the draft for council review, and then we'll have the next stage, we'll move into the zoning once we're done the official plan.
so if we didn't spend it last year, it just stays in reserves, and then if we spend it this year, it comes out of reserves? Is that what?
Which amount, the 30,000 for the study? Or
Either
the-
one, didn't we plan last year to do the official plan last year?
I believe that the treasurer previously had started a process, because it is ongoing requirements that what we don't use, it's coming back and forth from reserve.
Basically, yeah.
So there's 45 sitting in planning right now, in reserves, 45,000.
Is that what it is? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's the same at the beginning of the year as the end of the year. So we didn't put anything in, we didn't take anything out.
Right, for now.
So if you spend the 20 in 2026, then you'll take it out. Okay, out of reserves. So why, it shouldn't be an expense then? Should it be?
Well, it should be something offsetting is kind of what I'm saying. It should
Yeah.
be, like, I can see that it should come in, it should go out.
Okay,
right?
No, it's just like,
Yeah, I
the other
wasn't
stuff you
aware of
have that, like the $50,000 water survey, whatever it's called. We've got it under revenue, we got it under expenses. This one, we have it as an expense,
No revenue.
right,
but there's no revenue for it.
okay. The 20,000, no, there is no revenue for it right now.
It's pretty paying under taxation.
It's covered by your operational other revenues. I mean, I didn't put in a reserve for it, but if that's the way that it's been done and you want to do it
No,
that
but the
way, then
reserve
we.
money's already there.
No, okay, let's start back here. So we're talking about, are we talking about the development charge, or are we talking about the official plan?
Both.
Both.
Okay, well, the official plan was scheduled to be expensed this year, and it's budgeted in 25. Nothing to do with 26,
Right?
correct?
Yeah.
In part, but there may be some map, like, so that would be at this point, would be the bill from the county related to mapping, so.
No, no, okay, but let's go back a step. Official plan is all scheduled to be done in 2025. We may not get it all done, so we're gonna have to take a portion of that money to make sure if we don't get it all done, we're gonna put it in reserves at the end of 25, and then we're gonna pull back out in 26 to finish it off.
Correct, but we may also then be launching next year, and because we have to do the zoning, so that's where the official plan and zoning were tied together in terms of, we're keeping that amount for next year as well, because we have to, within.
No, I know.
Okay,
I'm
so-
trying to do one at a time here.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah, I don't
there's
think-
25,000 in reserves at the end of 2025, or 45,000.
Yeah.
Okay, isn't that for the official plan?
That's what I thought too.
Well, I don't know, that's what I'm asking. We didn't put it there, so no, it wouldn't be.
Well, it
that.
is, it's ending 2025, 45,000. Where did I see it?
What, did we,
I understood that Sean had started to put that as a reserve item.
I didn't
Yeah,
know
there it
about
is.
that one, so I'm not sure if it was actually for the
yeah, no,
zoning
no, I
and
get
official
that,
plan.
but what I'm saying is in 25's budget, is it in and out there, or
No.
where's the expense? Let's see
It's
where the.
expense, but it's not in.
There's no revenue to offset, so obviously the budget had it in there to cover without reserve. So there's no revenue, but it's part of their levy.
But if the 45 is in
No,
there for reserve, then we should be using part of that. Or does it matter?
Well, no, okay, but we gotta talk about, again, official plan and development charge is two different studies.
Yeah, no,
Right.
agreed. The development charges is completely a separate item.
And it's expensed in 25.
Yeah, we've been paying bills as we go on that one. It's a different line item.
So
that
in
had been
26, what
set.
are you expensing in 26?
There may be a bill left. We have bills up to this point, but that one, I didn't put a line item, I think, with.
Not for the study. We didn't put anything for the development charge study in 2026, but we
Okay.
did put for the official plan.
So the zoning and official plan expenses is 20 grand for
Right.
2026.
For 2026, that's what we put in. So if you want to take that out of that planning reserve, which if that's what it was planned for, then we can.
Well,
And that gives you
yeah,
this
I think
extra
that's what we're trying to get at.
Right.
If it's in reserves for that reason, let's put it into a revenue and don't expense the 20.
But again, in 2025, we're trying to find out in 2025, we budgeted $20,000. How much have we spent of that for the official plan?
I think Laurie said most of it.
No, because at this point, it's been my time.
So that's done.
Not, the county bill hasn't come yet for.
No, but it will be coming and we'll pay it out of 25.
But yeah, and some maybe 26 though as well with the tail end of that.
No, the work itself will be done in 25?
For my part, yes.
Yes.
But the mapping part may have some
So
bills
the
coming.
mapping is next year's 20,
Part of it, yeah.
part of it.
Because again, we'll be finishing the official plan and rolling into the zoning before the end of 2026.
I get,
Which one's 30,000?
The study, the DC study.
That's development charges.
Yeah, that's totally different.
Okay.
I don't
To me,
think,
I would say you take 20 out of reserves to cover that, but that's under.
no,
planning reserve.
but Steve, but there's no expense in 26 for the DC study. Is it gonna be done this year? The DC study now we're talking about.
At this point, so I just had a meeting and they have the other information that was needed from staff, so we're hoping that then they're going to be coming back in December. So there could be some final expense items. We'll get an update for what out of our budget, but we have the budget, so we'll know where we're at.
So there's no budget needed for 26 in DCs.
So what we had done in 2025, so we had a budget amount, and we did come back to council with, so there was that slight increase based on the RFP that was received. So it was slightly over the budget amount, so that's where we came back for those approvals. And they're still going to be within that at this point. It's just whether we will have the final bill.
No, I'm not too worried about the final bill, because the final bill can carry later. I mean, we'll have it as, as prepaid.
Yeah, so at this point, I was not budgeting additional,
Okay,
because
so
our.
the DC, there's no extra charge on the DC. The DCs will all be done in 26, or 25?
Yep.
So then we're back to the zoning, official plan amendment, or official plan expense, which we spent 20 this year. I'm assuming 20, it's not gonna be finished with those 20. There's gonna be another component to this in 26, like an actual component of work, not the rest of 25s.
Yeah, so that's where we'll need to put that out for the county to complete for us and
And that's gonna be 20,000?
for the mapping parts.
Okay, so that's your key, is you got $20,000. Right now, it's being expensed as just in levy. If you wanna pull a reserve amount out to pay the 20, then that'll save you 20.
So just going back to the development charge study, does the development charge study not get covered by development charges? Should that not come out of the planning reserve for development charges, because development charges collect that to cover the study?
So development charges, for the development charge study, that comes out of the development charges reserves, so,
Yeah.
so that's where you'd
that
have
must
to
have
look
been
to see,
in
and
25,
it's usually never 100% coverage, but there would be a portion of that that would come from development charge reserves.
Because that's nothing to do with 26.
But we budgeted $20,000 in '25. That's, I guess, my question.
No, we budgeted 30,000 in 25 for development charges. You're looking at the official plan.
Okay.
Development charges is
Okay.
30.
Okay.
So I'm assuming 30 is either out of the reserve or we didn't do it that way. But it has nothing to do with 26.
No.
Okay.
So I would say take 20 out and reduce the budget by 20.
Okay.
Use 20.
Cover the
reserves.
official plan.
Because that's what, and last lawyer, you see somewhere else that 45 is gonna be
Is
spent.
needed.
But there's 45,000 sitting in reserves. Is there another reason why it's in there, or was that for the official? I think it was for the official.
It was for official plan and zoning bylaw
So then
reviews.
take 20 out.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at.
Okay.
That's where it should have been. So we need an offsetting,
Revenue.
revenue to offset the expense.
So you would do that with taking 20 out of reserves. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, sounds good. Any other questions here?
Al?
Just under township unrecoverable expenses. Under municipal drains, I guess. It says $15,000 township share of unrecoverable expenses.
So we're doing some work to the drain that will not be under the Drainage Act, so we're gonna be doing it, so we put it in here as part of that municipal, right? Or is that down by Ridge Road and all that, or, some of them costs that we're not gonna be able to?
I think Brett may be able to speak to it more, but I think it's the cost that,
Give you the mic.
it'd be, so part of the drain, some costs are ours, so it's things that we can associate back to the people who benefit from the drain. So some of the municipal drain stuff, you can charge that money back to people who benefit from it, but ultimately some of those are ours as well, so I think that's where some of that money comes in. And with the study and work going on, as Dean mentioned, with the Pleasant View Municipal Drain, there's some ongoing work there, so some of that would be ours as well.
Just never seen that before, so okay, that's fine.
Recreation and culture. So first we have the library, so no change to the revenue there. It's an annual grant that we receive, so we've applied for it and just waiting for the response, but it's basically a yes. Expenses are increased by $6,975, and that is the payment to the public library as per the contract every year. In recreation, the increase in revenue, $55,000, so that's a grant that is seniors active living, and it goes to the Fit and Feisty group, so that one is an in and out, so you'll see the revenue and then also the expense under SALC, $55,000. Then we have expenses which increased by $112,900, so that includes that $55,000. There's $1,900 increase in wages. Materials and supplies are down by $3,000. The $55,000 which I mentioned, and the joint recreation agreement, which is the library, and then the pool. So the pool, we have the enhancement, for over 5 years, so that's $66,364 for 5 years. We made the first payment this year, so 2026 will be the second payment, and then the $479 is the agreement. As for parks, we have an increase of $5,100. Stafford Park maintenance is down by $1,000, and then we have an increase of $2,000 for Pleasant View maintenance to fix tennis courts and tennis court posts and rule signs, and a $1,500 increase for the George Matheson Park for new signs. Then we have the grants to all the recreation associations. So comparison with 2025. So we have Mixburg, there's 5,700 there. I think that's the sports one, sports association. Then we have Forest Lee Park, which is asking for an extra $1,000. Shady Nook would be staying the same at 34,000. Stafford Park stays the same at 14,000. Allison Fraser is asking for an extra $6,000, and that is for bleachers and a new water fountain. LV Four Seasons Trail would stay the same at 14,000. Pleasant View Park at 5,000, same as last year. Fit and Feisty would go down to 0 because they have that big grant of 55,000 now. So overall, we're looking at an increase of $2,000 for 2026 if you approve these, the two that are asking for extra.
So just a question on that. I know we're saying that because Sean, our previous treasurer, redid all these grants to all the rec centers. I'm just wondering that 40,000 for Allison Fraser, that 6,000 should be under a separate line item, because otherwise it's going to show the annual grant's 40,000 and it's not. It's 34, right?
So I think the thought process there was every year they would apply, and if they had some special projects, we could put it here, because as soon as we put it in our line item, it affects the procurement of how we can get these assets to the groups. So if we give them the funds, then they can reach out and get quotes and get through a supplier that they want.
No, I'm not questioning. I'm just saying the 6,000 should be a separate line item. So the grants that we give to each looks the same on the budget.
Okay, if that's how you'd prefer it.
And then the 6,000 is an extra, just like the 1,000 is an extra. Otherwise, when you first look at this, you go, if you don't read the line item on the right, you go, well, Allison Fraser's getting 6,000 more than Shady Nook, for example. I'm just saying, I don't know if it doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with the mayor. I think we have to keep the annual grant as an amount, and then maybe make another category, whether we have to make one for each one, I don't
Special
know.
projects.
Special projects, and then put the 6,000 or 7,000 in there, and there's a line, 6 goes to Allison Fraser for 26, and 1,000 goes to the other for 26, and then at the end of the 26, it's back to 0 unless somebody else comes and gets something else.
Right.
I thought we were treating both Shady Nook and Allison Fraser the same.
That's the reason this is what he's bringing up.
But Shady Nook paid for their own bleachers, and this is coming out of general funds. So if we're treating them both the same, should Allison Fraser not be paying for theirs as well?
Shady Nook has a lot more revenue than
No, but that's
Allison
not the
Fraser.
issue.
That's not the...
No, the issue, I don't know, bleacher wise, I defer maybe to Mark, because he seems to be the expert in the sense that under the agreement, bleachers, is that a cost of the association or is that a cost of the township? No, at this point, because you're used to it, that's the only reason I'm asking, well, maybe Nevada knows too, like internally the building, we're responsible for some of it, but not the roof and stuff, but not the internals. The externals, is that the group, like the soccer fields and all that stuff? I don't know, I just defer to one of you, maybe Nevada knows too, I don't know.
To date, it had like any sports fields repairs was on to the groups to repair.
Okay.
More, we were looking after building like some structural, like roof, furnace, things to keep things like alive and well. But for repairs and those types of upgrades, it was to the groups.
Right. So right now, we're not treating all the rec centers the same.
Well, when they did their presentation, they asked if we could cost share the price to put in some bleachers.
We can only respond to what we're asked for. Brian, I totally get you where you're coming from. And maybe council needs to look at finding out what the cost was for your bleachers. But we got to determine, again, like Nevada's saying, it's not really a building cost, but it is a accessory to the field.
Then we should be following the agreement.
You're right. Betty, and then I'll,
I understand we have an agreement, but at the same token, as Nevada said, they don't have the revenue stream. We've lost money on our bingos. We've had, Fit and Feisty had taken 50. They still take 50% of our bingo. Minor Sports has taken back part of the portion of the revenue for the bingo. We don't have near the hall rentals that would be available to Shady. And I'm not, just, we don't have the revenue stream to make the changes or make the purchases needed to upgrade that equipment. That's why we're just asking for a little extra help. We do fundraising with Fall Flavors. We do fundraising with Winter Carnival. Those are the two big events that we have for fundraising, and those groups are willing to put in money. However, we just don't have what's needed to meet the safety code requirements that we've got to have, that's all.
oh,
So just on that, and not to pick on Allison Fraser Minor Sports, and that was kind of how Allison Fraser got into the bingo, as we had to go hat in hand and beg to get some of the bingos from them. My feeling is that should be one of the rec organizations have that license at Bingo Country, rather than a third party that's giving that money out to lots of places outside of the municipality. I know it's called Allison Fraser Minor Sports, but you always see them donating money to entities outside of the municipality. I honestly think that should be, Allison Fraser Rec Center should be the one in charge of that license, and between them and Fit and Feisty decide where that money then goes from there. The other thing is, we're talking about the bleachers, but then I look at another $8,000, and we're going to move the community gardens that we just put in there and a play structure, and for $8,000. Like, why are we doing all of that?
$1,000? This is at Alice?
Remove play structure, remove underlay where community gardens were, for horseshoe pits, fixed pathway, community gardens, open, closed community gardens, new park rule signs, $8,000. Allison Fraser maintenance.
So the play structure was deemed that it can no longer be used, unsafe. Okay. So that's the kids' play structure. So we'll have to get that removed this year in 2026. So that the playground inspections were done just recently. So that cost came up. Okay. And then the community gardens are looking terrible, like the pathway. So that was my attempt to try to do something to fix those up, because they're still used at Shady Nook quite a bit. Allison Fraser, it's a little less. So there was talks with Fit and Feisty and the Alice committee that they would like to put in horseshoes where a part of the community gardens that is no longer being used. So that was an idea that they thought they could start some programming there. So they had asked for some assistance with that.
Okay. So all I'm saying though is now that's $14,000 we're looking at over and above.
with the 6,000 for the bleachers is what he's saying.
Six plus 8.
Yeah. Now, we couldn't get Fit and Feisty to kind of invest a little bit into the horseshoe pits?
Yeah.
That's not on the trail, though.
So Fit and Feisty are gonna look after, they're gonna do the work to put in the pits, but they asked if we could help with removing what was there, like all the gardens and.
Could our staff not do that rather than spending $8,000?
Well, the 8,000 is removing the play structure, fixing the pathways on the community gardens, and it's like all 3 projects in one.
Betty?
I'm a little confused. I thought, again, I'm with, that it was to be done by staff to remove the old community gardens, and that part wasn't coming back to the council as an extra charge.
To, like township staff? Or Allison
Yes,
Fraser
Allison
staff.
Fraser staff with a couple, the odd day having a backhoe or something come over and give a hand. I didn't realize, I don't think it was discussed at a meeting that I was at, that money was going to be requested from Township to do that. And this is the first I'm hearing about the play structure being unsafe.
Yeah, so that just happened. That's the small one that can no longer be used.
And again, I'm with council, and now I don't see all of this being $8,000.
Okay.
We got two items here. We gotta deal with the $6,000
right.
up front, and then we gotta deal with this number, so.
So is there a way, Mark, you could take a look at and see if the staff could remove those?
I mean, we could probably help out. I think as Betty says, maybe we can help out some with staff time. I'm sure we do with other parks, so we're gonna do that. So that'll help the 8,000. I mean, if you want to reduce it to our cost here of, to say, I don't know, 4, and then Allison Fraser put in the other 4 or something. I mean, I'm just saying, when I say 4, it's just mainly labor and machinery rental or what across. Is that fair, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, we do help all the recreation groups at little projects, so it's something we can provide some assistance with.
Well,
Okay.
we'll have summer students.
Yeah.
too,
Yeah.
that can-
Yeah, usually by middle of May, the summer students are here, so.
And Allison Fraser has also applied for, I put in the application for 2 summer students for Allison Fraser Park to help between Allison Fraser, Shady Nook, or, not Shady Nook, and Pleasant View Park and wherever else needed. So that, I won't know if we've been granted those 2 people till April, but the application has been submitted for summer students for our parks.
Right. So I guess the main part, even if it's at 4,000, again, we're supplying money to a rec center, which is not a building related.
But we do that
Project.
for all of them. Like, we put maintenance into them all, so that part is.
So that's, okay, so that's different.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
different.
So let's look at the 6,000. What are we gonna do with that? Because we have a guideline that has set out a grant to each community, and in Nevada's explanation, it's more for the building, not for accessory items.
Well, it's for to help them maintain the building and do their part of the facility use agreement that we have with them.
Okay, so we need to decide on, because maybe next year might be a different item that needs to be looked at outside the building area. So maybe we need a better definition of exactly what we're covering under the grant.
I guess the township paid for the new picnic tables and shelters at each of the things, and that was on top of it and part of the grounds for each of them. I'm just looking at it because Shady Nook did pay for this exact same thing, and they're supposed to be treated the same, and it's the exact same thing at the other one, but.
So the council has 2 options. We either turn down the $6,000, or we look at reimbursing Shady Nook some of the money for theirs. You gotta treat both the same.
I guess the question is that what they specifically said? It's for the price it cost of bleachers? Is that?
Yeah, they wanted some help with putting in the new bleachers.
I think that was said at Elizabeth,
Yeah.
when she made her presentation, that
So
they're
when-
unsafe, right?
Yeah, well, they're in bad shape.
But then again, you turn around, yeah, I guess, the bleachers that Allison Fraser is talking about, is that the ones behind the main field close to the building?
Those are, yes,
Yeah.
right now, they're all wood. People, it doesn't meet the new standards.
They're not in very good shape.
No. We've also discussed possibilities of going out and finding somebody that could bring what we have up to code and get a price on that as well. The water fountain, now, does that fall under the agreement, or is that us?
I would think it's under the agreement.
So if
I'd have
that's
to
the
look
case,
at the
the water
agreement, but-
fountain alone, I believe, was 2,000,
Yeah.
so.
We, from my understanding, we put a new one in Shady Nook, but it was, we got a grant through the county, right, for that? Yeah.
Yeah, the fountain and water filling station at Shady Oak was through the Healthy Kids initiative that the health unit used to do, and it was funded through there quite a few years ago.
So if we take the bleachers off the table, that portion of it, can we they at least get the portion for the water fountain and have that installed.
I would think so. Al?
Betty, do you know how much money they have in reserves? Allison Fraser?
We have no reserves at the moment. We do have, the budget was, we handed over the budget. I know there's, I think we've got about 30,000 or 34,000 that we have, but that takes one big project and it's gone. But as I said, we do have money that is there from Fall Flavors and Winter Carnival that we can draw from, because that's what we have those events for.
Right.
Is for upgrades to the building. It's just, we were just looking for a little extra help, but if we can at least get the help with the water fountain. A lot of people come in to fill their water bottles now.
Absolutely.
And that water fountain that we have is just not working.
And that's a health and safety issue as well. So it's definitely, that should be replaced.
And we did it for Shady Nook, even though it was a grant.
Yeah.
The municipality did it, so there's no grants available, so you're treating them the same way.
And maybe in the new year, Nevada, I'm not directing you to do it, but a suggestion from council is that maybe pull out the agreement that we have and just review it again and make sure.
Well, I
that-
just brought it to council last
Oh, that's true.
meeting.
Okay. I don't
So
know the part.
it'll be coming again in December because I've consulted the insurance and all the groups and they're all
Okay.
okay with it, so.
Alright. Keith?
Would there be a grant possible available for the bleachers? Has anybody
never
checked
know.
that out?
I don't know.
We're hoping maybe Chris would be able to keep his eyes open for something for us then.
If you talk to Billy Deno, he is, that's his corner of the world, and he's really into finding money for local municipalities, so.
Yes, and that's definitely something that we can look at. If the group wants to send me what they have in terms of quotes or scope, then I can just do that on my ongoing radar of the grants that come out, and we can see what we can do with opportunities to look at.
Perfect. Okay, so you have direction there, Annie? Okay.
Sorry, do we have an amount for the fountain? Like, what are we leaving there? We do?
2,000?
I forget exactly what the quote was, Nevada might have it handy. I don't have it.
Well, you can adjust it to what it is. when you-
It's in around that $2,000.
Sure, okay.
Okay, so just to recap, we'll reduce the $8,000 maintenance to $4,000, since we'll get some of our staff at the Laurentian Valley to help. And then we'll reduce that $6,000 to $2,000 to cover the water fountain only.
Okay,
Good.
and separate the line items.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we keeping the $1,000 to Forest Lee, which was for lawn care and soccer field, right?
So they've recently put in a soccer field, so now they have extra grass to cut.
But is this a one-time fund, or?
I would assume that they're probably gonna be coming back next year to ask for that again, because
So again, does that fall under the facility
If
agreement?
I remember when they talked about putting the field in, they had more grass to cut, and the
Yes.
price went up, and they said this is gonna be a
Yeah.
reoccurring expense for us each year.
yeah.
But I guess the key there, though, is if the other parks that match that, we'll have to look at giving them, like, that's the concept we're trying to use, right? Those are, and all the same dynamics, get the same amount, whether they use it for grass cutting or planting trees or.
But would their area be larger than Pleasant View?
Well, and Pleasant View, they hire a student to cut the grass, so it's a different way of handling the
But
lawn
again, I
care.
think we're getting off the concept that we're trying to do the parks with the same likes and needs.
That was my question. Is it the same size as Pleasant View, then it should be the same grant.
But it adds another dimension to the park though, too, so.
But-
There's quite an area back there that,
No, but I think the
Yeah, it's-
concept is they're providing the same kind of services for the most part. I mean, you know, Pleasant View has a tennis court, the other one has a soccer field. They have no buildings. You know, there's all that kind of stuff, so we're trying to lump them in the same groupings. Where Allison Fraser and Shady Nook have buildings and ball fields, yes, they have more ball fields, Shady Nook has more whatever, you know, Allison Fraser. But and then Stafford's kind of a separate thing, it's in the middle, it has a bit more amenities, so we give them a certain rate. So that we're trying to keep them together, because then, at one time, one was way up here, and when people say, well, they got a full-time staff, well, that's their decision. We treat them all the same. If you wanna get a full-time staff, you wanna pocket the money, that's up to you guys. I shouldn't say pocket, that's not the right. Put it in your bank account, but, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what we're
okay,
trying
so we're gonna have to, we'll have to look at that for next year.
Okay.
And whether, does Pleasant View go up to 6 because Forest Lee is at 6? Maybe that's the solution, and it stays that way. I don't know, but we're not gonna start increasing it all.
Is there a formula that we've used on how to give the grant money, or is it just amount that was picked out of the air? Like, should we be looking at maybe coming up with some sort of a formula based on square footage or something to that? I mean, going forward to help, you know, just because, you know, this
Yep.
facility does this, then this is relatively the same size, this should get this. I'm just wondering if it's come up to a point now where we've got to come up with some sort of a formula-based way of actually making it fair for all areas.
Well, I know our former treasurer just went through all that, and I'm not sure in the system you use, Dean.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you know, we don't want to penalize, if a recreation group wants to do everything by volunteer basis, why should they be penalized because the other ones are hiring a staff member? That shouldn't be any different to me. I mean, and that was what we kind of trimmed it on. Trying to get, and I know what you're saying, Betty, I don't know how you would do that, but I mean, maybe there is a formula, but we just look at the services that are generated and the facilities that they have, what are the ones that are closest to the same? And we have Shady Nook and Owls doing the same thing, we have Pleasant View and Forest Lee doing basically the same things, you know? Well, yeah, whether they're active or not, that's not our fault, we should be pushing them to be more active. But again, they're same kind of open field, passive parks, you know? We got a trail in Stafford kind of doing the same thing, they got some buildings, they got a little bit of amenities, you know, so that's that's what we try to hold it to. It makes it easier, it's fair to everybody, and there's no incentive one doing more than the other.
Keith and then Brian.
At Forest Lee too, they're gonna change the base, I guess, from sand to that, new chip.
Yes,
Is
yeah.
that mandatory by law? Like, is that a new directive,
Well,
or is
it's-
that an option?
It's part of our accessibility plan, and when we first got the new park, like Mark and I came up with a plan to try to do each park every year so that it's all brought to the same standard throughout LV.
Brian, you have a question?
I was just saying Forest Lee has, Pleasant View has kind of been status quo. Forest Lee is actually adding things, like they have the pickleball courts, they're putting new gazebos in, they're adding a new soccer field, you know, so they have a trail as well there. They're, you know, and they're putting stone down on the trail, like it's a good little park.
Absolutely, and they're a very active group, where Pleasant View is, this is what we have, and this is how we're gonna continue to have it the way it is.
Maybe it's time that we add a different level of park in there.
I think that,
Like, because they're obviously doing two separate things, so now maybe instead of, what do we have now, 3 or 4? We have 4 or 5 levels of parks, and we just add another level in.
and the whole key is to make sure that our volunteer groups are getting the support that's required from council, because God forbid what the cost would be without our volunteers. So I would say, from a directive from council through Dean to Nevada, is maybe we can take another look at it next year.
Okay.
But in the meantime, we're putting 1,000 in for this year, that's
Yeah.
it, as a one-time. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
So, yeah, separate line item for now.
yeah.
Okay, we're good?
Oh, yep.
Annie?
Yeah, so just $1,000 we're adding to Forest
Okay.
Lee for this year. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the next one is community development. So this section has an increase of $13,600 in expenses. Of that, there's an increase of $3,400 in wages. There's a decrease of $3,000 in advertising, a decrease of $2,000 in LV sponsorship, an increase of $6,000 for promotions, increase for the website updates of $1,200, and $1,400 increase in training and registration. there's been changes just like in the lines and how things are grouped together. So this is why you see a decrease of 18,000 for LV grants to others. It's not, nobody's getting cut out of their grants or anything. It's just a different way of showing it. So in this group where there's like 12,000 or whatever it is that's left in there will be for the Mixburg Cultural Center, the Ski Pax Trail, the Mixburg Athletic Association and Historical Society. I don't know if there's any questions for community development before then we just have the levy on all these sections, but yeah, Chris is here
Chris?
too, if there's any questions you want to ask him.
With my question to you in our break, is that something that should be today, or to give a very brief explanation how?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So what the mayor is referring to is essentially that when we originally went through and did our sponsorship policy, when we went to do the budget, we realized that there were several other associations and grants to others that we were essentially supporting that never really fell under a policy, that's quasi fell under a policy. And so that's why we've scaled back with bringing that forward at this moment. We're hoping to bring that to council's attention for the first meeting in December. But what we did with the budget was essentially set the budget up assuming that this would go through. The idea with council from talking before this was to essentially clean up that process because it was uncertain why certain people were getting grants. We were getting a lot of people coming in requesting for grants, all these sorts of things. We solved with the original policy the what I would say request-based grants, but there were several others that were outstanding, including events that we were giving, our own events that we were giving money to, grants to other associations that weren't really falling under our committees of council and all those other things. And so the reason why this is set up like this is essentially assuming moving forward that this policy will go in place. We've set the budget up so that essentially it will mirror what the true intention of this is that basically everything is pre-set out for grants that we mutually as a corporation understand we will support within our own community, and any other ones will have to go through a process in which they'll be reviewed and there'll be set intakes. And so that is why, number one, that process had not initiated, and number two, why these things are set up like this, because that is the plan to move forward, but we will need to discuss that. So we're just assuming this moving forward so that the groundwork is there to set that up in place.
Okay. Questions?
I guess my thing all the time is on promotions and sponsorship is that the township isn't a service club, and we shouldn't be collecting money from our taxpayers and then arbitrarily deciding what charity or organization benefits from them. We collect what we need to do the core services that are part of the municipal. What we do here as a municipality, we shouldn't be collecting money for other groups and handing them out. And it's, stay in your lane. We're here to govern the municipality, not to be a service club.
I think maybe, and I agree 100%. There are kind of funds that, if we don't help the causes which are good for the community, then they fall on deaf ears. And, so it's a line where this kind of allows us to stay in our lane and maybe, kind of keep some of these things moving forward. Like, we're thinking of, like, one that comes to mind is St. John's Ambulance. They come to us. I mean, yes, we can say no, it's easy. I mean, but is that something we want in the community if we don't fund it? Or do we just say, that's not our responsibility? Go to the province, go and get to other service clubs. It's a fair statement. Or the science fair, for instance, senior games. Those kind of things are going to come forward to us. And it's easy. I mean, if council decides, say, no, we're not into any of that business, it makes it easy. We just shut it down and they come and say, no, we don't do that. But there's always been a bit of a history that some of these groups are community related that maybe the township wants to support, and either you support them or you don't, I guess is the way it is. So that's kind of
It's a fine line.
Yeah,
There's
a
no
fine,
doubt.
there's
It's a
no doubt.
fine line.
And I will add to that as well, that essentially this whole process will allow us to finally review that and get a scope of what we're actually doing. and why we did certain things, right? So in the future, should council decide they don't want to support that or only certain scope, the whole process of this is to better nail down what we're actually doing, because we've been doing this for so long, kind of without that scope, that this will allow us to review that and make a determination of where we want to move forward with the evidence-based intake.
And they're all good causes. It's just a question of, should we be the ones paying for it out of taxpayers' money? And I don't think that's always the case.
Al?
I think you have to look at it like in business. Is there ROI, return on your investment? So if you're going to invest in it, okay, what's the return to the municipality? And I think it's like Dean said, there's some of those things that are good for the community, and that's our return on our investment. And like when you review them, then you got to look at it with that type of eye, that if we're going to give this money, what's the benefit to the municipality? If there's a benefit, then it's pretty easy to decide, yeah, it's worthwhile to do. But if we can see that there's absolutely no benefit to the municipality in it, well then.
Okay, we'll be doing that up. Yep. Keith?
There is quite an increase there for community development in total, from advertising to promotions to the sponsorships. And could we get an explanation how that amount was determined?
Absolutely. And so what you'll see in this budget is there's been a little bit of shifting around. The first thing to keep in mind that this is really my first budget that I'm able to look at, having made it myself, and essentially then use that evidence to make new kinds of observations. When I first came here, I inherited a budget that I didn't make. So this is the first time I've been able to take something that I made, review it, and then change things and kind of move on from there. Looking at the overall budget, there are also some new line items, some things shifted around. What I was finding is that, for example, community development events was kind of a catch-all for everything, and essentially everything was going there. So just to explain the shuffle around, to explain the increase, essentially through that process, then because we are doing new things, we are essentially adding more things into this budget. There have been increased costs. When you remove the salary out of that, it's roughly about $10,000. That increase represents about, in total, a 6% increase. When you calculate out the 2.4% interest, you're looking probably more at like a 7%. And the reason for that specifically is because in the promotions, what I was doing before, because a lot of it was, like I said, I inherited a previous budget. I didn't really know what I was going to do with everything. I was putting it under different line items or not doing things because essentially I didn't have the budget for it. Now this budget line has essentially, this whole budget here, I've been able to see what I need to do, see where there were shortfalls, add that in, show council that that's a good return on investment, so that the next time we come to this budget that will be justified. But I would say mostly that increase is coming from a more conservative stance, having been my first year, and now trying to do more things, add more things, and have learned the real cost of kind of operating that department.
And I think to add to that too, a few years ago when we decided, or last year, decided to hire somebody like Chris, was to promote Laurentian Valley. And we weren't promoting. If you go back to, the 3-year average, we were spending $2,000 on sponsorships. We weren't spending much money to promote Laurentian Valley. And by bringing Chris in, I think he's done a great job. And I know you're not questioning that part of it, but this year is the second year, 2026. We're paying the county $10,000 for that trail. It wasn't in the budget before, and certainly Chris is looking at promoting the township even more by attending more conferences like the one he attended in Toronto and got Laurentian Valley out there. So I think, yeah, there's an increase, and I think he's explained a lot of it, but I think it's a good increase to promote Laurentian Valley.
No, and I understand that. And again, I just wanted to see how he came up with it.
Yep.
And because going from your 2,000 to 16,000 or whatever, on an average, it's a big step in 1 year. That's where I'm coming from, so.
Did that answer your question, or did you want?
Well, so advertising now, just for an example.
Okay.
Year previous, or the 3-year average was 16,800, and now it's 17,000. So that's newspaper, is that include like job promotions that are being advertised, anything else along
So
those
sorry,
lines?
Counselor, the advertising line item you're asking about?
Yes.
So the advertising line item is actually majorly the radio ads. So the most of that advertising basically baked in there is the radio ads. Specifically, because I do have a detailed budget here, that does include paid social media ads, which is something we just started this year. It's very successful, very cheap. And then there's $2,500 basically for the radio ads. We do also participate in Discover the Valley, the spring and summer editions in the Eganville Leader, which is a great value and goes out to basically everywhere in River County and beyond. And then that does include print ads for a small amount of $500 for basically when we have an event to put in the newspaper. But the majority of that, for the radio ads, is 5,000, which is actually scaled down from when I originally started here, and 7,000. Those two alone are basically what it costs to put Laurentian Valley on the radio.
Okay.
I think we do have that LV spotlight in the mornings. I don't know if anybody hears it, but certainly I think it's really well done at 8:20 or whatever comes on. It's there every day, and it's a great value. I think it puts, you hear a lot of people commenting, hey, well, there's an event on and stuff like that. So it's well worth it, but
No,
that's something we didn't do in the past.
And I understand with what he just itemized.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense then, but just at a quick
The
look.
breakdown of,
Yep.
of a big number, yeah, for sure.
And the sponsorship, I don't know if you have, do you have any breakdown on the sponsorship number?
Yeah, absolutely. So sponsorship's actually pretty bare bones. We typically sponsor the Jason Blaine Charity Golf Foundation. We sponsor Enterprise Renfrew County with a silver sponsorship, and that gets us all those little mini business events and stuff that they typically do and put our logo out there. But the main meat and potatoes, that is $12,000 earlobe for the sponsorships that we will be reviewing as part of that whole intake process that we just mentioned previously. And so that will be 2 intakes of $6,000, in which that we will on 2 intakes review any that come in, like the science fair or what have you that come in, and that's mainly where the lion's share of that is allocated, that we can spend up to that amount for those specific sponsorships.
Okay. Brian?
I was just looking at if you group the advertising, print materials, promotions, and LB sponsorships together, the 3-year average is 31,000, and the budgeted item for this is 54,000, and then there's also another 20,000 over in rec. So it's a substantial amount of money. When you look at radio advertising now, you're doing really well on the LV newsletter, and usually, and same with Facebook, the numbers are going up on that, which usually means that you can reach your target market with that, and you can reduce your advertising in radio and other areas like that. You hear it all the time on the news, the LV news, but it's almost on there more than any other business in the township. When the township's budget for advertising is higher than any of the businesses in the township, you start to kind of hear about it. So I'm just saying that number keeps creeping up quickly.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, so no changes then to this budget? Good.
I don't see any, unless it's a suggestion. Okay,
Okay,
transportation.
so transportation, so for Public Works, we have an increase of 34,000 in the revenues. So there's a decrease of $5,000 for the aggregate royalty. It's been going down, so we've decreased it to keep up with the reality of it. $39,000 increase in the rentals, because last year you had reduced it. There was a possibility of the occupant of the garage on Highway 41 that was going to leave, but we do have confirmation that they're going to be there all year for 2026, so we're bringing that back up to the original amount for the rent for the year. As for expenses, the increase is $232,100. There's $21,500 of that into the wages, and as we talked about earlier, the debt, an extra $211,000. We have a decrease of $10,000 in building repair and maintenance. The next slide shows all of the different sections, the categories within Public Works, the 2025 budget versus the 2026 budget, and then if there's an increase or a decrease. You see a decrease for curb and gutter because there was a $20,000 budget in 2025. There's none in 2026. Vehicle and equipment is down by $19,000. Overall, there's a decrease of $29,700 basically. Then this is just a map showing the gravel road program that Mark has provided me with. Next section is the airport, which has an increase of $1,000, not very much there. So the effects on levy for Public Works is just over 1.7 million. Other operating areas, 1.5, and the airport, 21,500. So a total here effect on levy of 3.3 million. Questions?
Wendy?
What is other operating areas?
Those were the,
That's all of those categories there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Brian?
Directed to Mark, the tractor rental for spraying.
That's a couple of different things. So we are looking at getting back into a weed spraying program, but the tractor rental is the machine we've been renting the last couple of summers for roadside mowing. So it's two different things. We rent the tractor for roadside mowing for 3 months, and then there's money budgeted for to do roadside spraying for mainly wild parsnip in 2026.
Yeah, I just saw the tractor rental, but there's nothing in there for labor, so I was wondering who was going to drive it or who was going to be doing the spraying when there's no.
So the spraying would be contracted out, but for the salaries, everything gets lumped into the top under the administration under salaries. There's 739,000, so the salaries are there, kind of like what was discussed earlier for water and sewer, and then they're proportioned out from there.
Alan?
My question is, I think it's the same every year, Mark, and it's all the contracted services that seem to, we budget every year, but we don't seem to spend it every year. So we're looking at shoulders, we budgeted $40,000, we've only spent $1,350. I realize that some of the bills probably aren't in for that yet.
Yeah.
But urban storm contracted services, $75,000, rural storm, $75,000, and then I had the tractor rental. So I just wonder about all the contracted services, and we don't seem to use it every year, but we budget it every year. Are we maybe budgeting it too high, and is there an opportunity there that we could budget some of those lower?
I know maybe on the urban storm side, but there are, like I said, quite a few invoices and stuff coming in. I know we were looking at one of our contracted services for vehicles. We're about 10 or 15,000 now over budget from what's actually showing here being under. It's just a lot of invoices are coming in at this time of year, so it does skew it a little bit for some of those numbers. It is tough to compare. Just like I said, some of the contractors, they'll save up invoices, send lump sums in for several $100,000 at once, and so it's tough to look at the actual number and what the budget is until it's kind of year end and everything is here.
So you mentioned the urban, 80,000, is that, you said there's an area you could reduce it. Are we talking like a few $1,000s, or are we talking?
Yeah, like it's, the urban storm, I know there's always some infrastructure to look after. We do have money, in the capital portion of the budget to do some work, sort of out front of the fire hall on Lawrence Street, that we did put into capital. It was money that we did have budgeted for, this year, but we sort of stopped once we got outside the fire hall property, so that one is under budget, just, based on it was going to be more work than we had anticipated, so we didn't want to take that over budget, but like maybe in the $5,000 or $10,000 range, but I wouldn't want to go much lower than that. We had an area of storm sewer fail in the Stafford built-up area this year. We ended up with a $20-some thousand bill that wasn't expected, and some of that does help to cover off some of those as well. Instead of being, you know, substantially over budget, it does kind of help us when things do come up as well.
Sure. So 10?
Sure, yeah, if that's, we can probably for the urban. The rural stuff I don't want to touch.
Okay.
I mean, that's where spring things fail, and there's some things that you don't plan for, but that always sort of covers that stuff off, so.
Urban start.
So
Okay.
a reduction by 10,000.
Yep. Let's find 10 more of those.
Yeah, right. Any other questions so far for this? Corporate management. So these are revenues for admin, basically corporate management revenue. Increase of 72,500. So the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund has been officialized, the amount that we're getting. So we're actually getting 55,300 more. So that was a good news. There's a $30,000 increase in other revenue, which is the cost of doing business, and $10,000 decrease in general investment income with the lower interest rates, so lower investment income there. So the effect on the levy for these revenues is 1.6 million less. Any questions on those?
Al?
OSIF grant.
OSIF, yeah?
Are we, like, there's nothing budgeted? Do we know if we're getting something, or
It's budgeted in the reserves.
it goes straight into reserves? But do we not put it in here then too?
No, it doesn't go in there. It goes into reserve. So it's in as a revenue in the budget. It is counted in there. It's just that those go into the reserves and then they come back out, well, mostly through your capital projects.
But it's not put in as a revenue to the.
It's not in a revenue there,
No,
but
yeah.
it's in a revenue coming like from transfer from reserve. So it's in as a revenue.
Yeah, it is a separate sheet, right? So these numbers.
We used to show it though as a
I think it used to be like that, but it's.
Because the 3-year average is 118,000.
Yeah, but it's been off of that line for a few years, I believe, a couple of years maybe.
So there's no expense and no revenue on the budget, in the budget. No.
I believe that was off of there because it always came in later. So when we started doing the budget earlier, it didn't come in later. So, and I had that question, I think, almost every year is, where's the money for that? Well, we don't sure what it is, so we don't put anything in until we know what it is. But then it never seems to get put in.
Okay, but it is a revenue. Like if you look at, if you were to look at the list of all the revenues, like we looked at the other day, it's in there as transfer from the OSIF
But it's a
reserve.
pretty substantial amount. I think we
Yep.
should be showing it here as an in and an out then. I have no problem with that, but every year I look at it and say, how come there's no money there? And the answer always has been, before this year, was that, yeah, well, we don't know what it is, so whenever we know what it is, then we'll put it in.
But not only OSIF, then you've got the other grants as well, right?
Well, there's OSIF and then the other one.
The UMP funding, but we
the
already
gas
know what
tax.
that is, so, right?
One
And
of
then
them, one of
there's
the
the
two was
gas tax.
confirmed, the other one, I don't think so, but it's gonna be roughly the same amount. I think I budgeted the same amount.
Same with the gas tax. We're
But,
not showing anything in there either.
No. And they're not like that in the books either. They're actually going into reserve and then coming out of reserves.
Yeah, so last
So
year,
that's
it's
why they're not-
showing 380,000 for OSEP,
In the budget?
proposed financing with debt.
Yeah, so it wasn't in
Allocations.
your,
But no,
We can discuss that internally and see what, what the best, because I kind of agree with Alan, like, if the money is provided from the province to us, why aren't we showing it in reserves here, and then transfer the reserves on the back on the expense side?
And I
I don't
get
know.
it
Yeah.
if it's
Maybe
only,
there's some-
if it's only $10,000.
No, it
but
still should be.
$380,000.
I mean, it's not gonna affect the budget in any way, it's
No.
gonna be
No,
in and
no.
out.
But it's no different than
See it.
the 55 grand that Fit and Peister are getting, or
Yeah.
the 50
I don't
for the
know.
water
Check and see.
grant. Like
It may
it's
be a requirement.
showing as a revenue in. and-
yeah, I'm not sure if it would be a requirement just because it's meant to be spent in a specific way, but so are the other grants. So I don't know. We could look into it.
Okay.
Because I think the gas tax was the same thing, that we
Yeah.
were always told, well, it's not in there because we don't know what it is yet. Because it's usually a last minute decision on what we're getting on that, right? So,
Okay,
Okay, sounds good.
all right, Brian.
I just have another one of these, the largest revenue line marked down as other revenue
Yeah.
again.
I know. I wasn't sure why that's called other revenue myself because it's really one thing. So we could maybe look at changing that one as well.
Yeah, it's
Brian, number 2.
$500,000 under other revenue.
Yeah.
It's like,
So we can rename that one as well.
Perfect. Okay. So for the summary of operating, again, effects on levy for basically everything. So your waste management, which is about the same as last year, there's only $1,000 difference. General government is 1.7 versus 1.6 last year. Protection to persons and property is 1.6 versus 1.8 last year. Planning and development, 320,000 versus 341 last year. Recreation, 1.3 versus almost 1.3 last year. Transportation is at 3.3, 2025 versus 3 million. Transfer from reserves for operating, so this is for operating and not capital. So a decrease of 10,000, and 2025 was 75,000. The transfer to operating reserves is the 8,800 for the elections. Pembroke payment in lieu, so we put 171,000, so that's a revenue. Last year was 165, and the corporate management revenue is at 1.6. They were at 1.55 last year. So, so that gives you a dollar increase overall of 61,435, which is roughly 1% increase.
Al?
just refresh my memory, Pembroke payment in lieu. Is that the taxes
revenue?
for the
Sewage plant.
Sewage plant, okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. So if, again, it's just a summary of the operating levy without the key drivers. So if you take your 6.2 million and then the decrease in transfer from reserve from the 2 years of 65,000, the increase in the debt payments of 209,000 gives you this other levy of 5.9 compared to last year of 6.1. So in this case, it's a decrease of 3.5%. Just some extra data. So questions on that? Okay, so we'll look at the capital now. So for the capital reinvestment reserve, which you had started putting money in over the past few years, starting, I guess, with 1%, then it kind of went into 2%. What we've put in here is roughly a 2% increase. That gives you about 944,000 based on the numbers that I had at the time. Our estimated beginning balance of 133,000. Then other capital reserves, what do I have here? Annual contribution. Oh yeah, so, well, you can decide to put any other contributions if you wish. There is a proposed contribution. Now, this is for the Housing Enabling Core Servicing Grant that the township was approved for the Robinson Lane project. That's going to happen around 2027 probably. So the grant covers 50% of our expenses, well, up to 50%, I should say. So our half of it is a little over 500,000 that we have, like the portion that we'll have to put in. So this was a suggestion to put in half of that half in 2026 and then the other half in 2027 so that it's not such a big lump to have to pay in 2027. So that is included on all your numbers and it's taken into account in the budget right now. And then it's just a couple of numbers here in this slide of where your fixed assets, so those are your capital reserves, the fixed assets, the fire and vehicle and equipment. So again, for estimated capital funding that is available, so the capital reinvestment reserve is at 133,000. This would be at the beginning of 2026. Then you would be adding, say, this 944,000. The beginning for all the other ones put together is 727,000. Then you have your two grants, OSIF and the CCBF, which is your gas tax. So you have a total available before capital levy of almost 2.5 million. So capital and special projects that are requested. So the annual replacement of the computers. So it's just regular updates. The flagpoles, which I believe had been requested as well last year and that hasn't been done, so it's requested again this year. Just to have better, these ones here have the external rope, so the new poles would be a much easier setup. And the infrastructure needs study as well for 50,000. As for fire, the capital expenses are 3 sets of bunker gear for $10,800, airbags for the extrication, so that's $6,000, and the rescue truck that we mentioned earlier is budgeted for $250,000. For recreation, there was playground surface upgrade at Forest Lee Park for $20,000. There is the replacement of ductwork and a central air unit for the LV Lodge, and that's budgeted at $18,000. And replacement of the second furnace and the parking lot drainage for Shady Nook, and that's $20,000. As for public works, so for equipment, there's a one-ton truck with a dump body. That's $120,000. It's replacing an existing truck. A used wood chipper for about $25,000. Then there's culvert replacements for $120,000. A tandem plow truck replacing another truck, so $390,000, and some easement clearing for $50,000. Then there's a few slides showing all of the different road work that is also part of all these capital projects, and we have a list following these maps. So there's the Stafford Third Line, Beeline Road, Richardson Crescent, Forest Lee Road, Lubitz Road, and Ranz Road. And this one is Lark Street and Fairview Avenue South. And the Capital Roads program altogether here. And here we have the listing, so of all the roads, the kilometers, so you have almost 9 kilometers of roads for 1.6 million, whereas last year you had about 8 kilometers for 2.2 million. So Mark can speak better to it, but I know that he's looking at trying different things to cost less, but give the same basically amount of work.
Okay, do you want to do that explanation first and then ask your questions, or your questions regarding the roads? Okay, go ahead and do your road first, Mark.
Okay.
Explanation.
So I know it does look great that we're doing more roads and less money, and part of it is that we do have a couple of roads, which are Lubitz and Rands, that are a double surface treatment. So we are doing surface treating instead of hot mix paving, so there is some savings there. Something when we sat down as a group and we sort of looking at roads that were costing us the most money on the maintenance side of things. So Brad sat down and went through, and some of those are the portion of Beeline we've identified, Rands, Lubitz, Forest Lee. These are roads that are costing us the most money on the maintenance side of things. So we're looking at tackling those to hopefully bring down some of the cold mix and the patching. We're also doing some milling, so basically taking out a couple of inches of asphalt and putting it back in, as opposed to stripping the asphalt or pulverizing, adding gravel. So some of the savings is we're not having to get into the granular base. We know some roads have a good base to them, so we're just replacing the asphalt surface. And then that saves substantially on tying in driveways into neighboring properties, because basically the road's going back to where it was before. So just trying some different approaches, trying to get some more value for the dollar, and then put some longevity back into our road network as well.
Okay, Brian, then Al.
Are we not trying to get about 20 years plus on any new road work? Because where I'm going with this is there was 3 of those that were only about 10 years old. And I'm just wondering, are we addressing the problem? Why are we only getting 10 years out of a road that we're hoping to get 20 years out of?
Yeah, so with surface treating, your life expectancy is about 7 years for a double surface treat. So the challenge with Rands and Lubitz, where they were gravel roads, that there was a decision to surface treatment, and there really is no good granular base in them. So really surface treating is the only option to hard surface it without going back to gravel. If you wanted to use hot mix paving, you'd be excavating about 2 feet of the road base out and be into millions of dollars for those roads that are pretty low volume. So that is the challenge with surface treating, is that they do deteriorate. I know Sawmill Road is another one that we've, in that 10-year range that we surface treated, that is starting to fall apart. That's just the part of the challenge with surface treating. Some of them you could do another single surface treat over top to get some longevity out of them, but just the amount of patching that's gone on Lubitz and Rands, we're better to pulverize them. Part of the pulverizing, it does put that material sort of into the base of the road, and it does add some stability to it. So you are sort of improving the base that you're putting it on, so it should push it out a little bit longer. For Beeline Road, there was 2 lifts of asphalt, and unfortunately the top lift has delaminated from it, and so the top lift is basically peeling off. So we essentially want to remove that bad layer and then put a new layer back on top, and then we should be at that 25-year life cycle. It's quite uncommon for that to happen, but after 2 or 3 years of it being there, the top lift has just been delaminating, and it continues to delaminate through. We had some patching prices from this year that were in the $250,000 range just to patch the bad spots. And so when we're looking at doing the whole surface for $325,000, there's far more value in that for an extra $100,000 than just patching.
And what's the cause of the delaminating?
I think part of it was time of year. It was Greenwood did it for us, not fault of the contractor. It was fairly late in the year, and I think that was part of it. It could be the tack coat didn't provide a good bond between the 2 layers as well, but the bottom of the asphalt is still there. It's just that the top lift is coming off. So we'll pulverize, or we'll mill that off and take that off. Something to note with the milling as well is that we plan on keeping the material, so we'll have a stockpile of pure millings that we can use on seasonal roads, gravel roads where there's hills and washouts. And so we're actually, gaining some valuable material from this as well. So as part of the contract, we'll have the material hauled back to our yard, and then we can repurpose that material and have a good stockpile of some clean millings that we can use throughout the township as well. So there's a little bit of a kind of benefit to us on that other end of it too.
Okay, Alan?
So, Annie, sorry, you said 9 point how many kilometers?
8.95 for 2026, so just under 9.
And Mark, roads ranked? 1 to 10, roads ranked?
So how they are on the list is priority.
Okay.
That's how we, yeah, there are a couple, that are, I'll say joint projects, they're together, so.
All you need to do is read, right?
Yeah, so I just note that Richardson, Crescent, and Marion, they're together. Marion is an improvement. We have a little tiny 70 or 80 meter long gravel road that we do want to put hot mix asphalt on. We send a truck back to sand and treat that road differently, so it's a huge savings just on the maintenance side of things, and to try to run the grader in and tackle that little piece of road is a challenge to do. And then also Lubitz and Rands would be lumped together because they're surface treating, and basically it's a bend in the road that joins the two. And then Lark Street and Fairview Avenue South, those would be joint projects because they're connected together. So we're just trying to get value on combining things. So if something was to change, then it maybe is affecting a couple projects and not one.
And then my last question is, and the former mayor will be asking me about this, where's Wilson Road on the?
Yeah, so it'll be, it's getting up there. I know Robinson is done and great, so yeah, it'll be, probably within a couple of years we'll be there as well, kind of doing the same thing.
Okay, I'll give him your number.
Okay.
Okay, Mark, on the easement, is this, sorry, Keith, go ahead.
Actually, that was my question. The first question, anyway, easement clearing, is that just like the typical roadside?
So that is more on drainage easements and such that we have in subdivisions. There's subdivisions that have been around for 30 plus years in the municipality, and there has been zero work done to the easements. There's trees and just vegetation that's growing up, and water's not flowing. It's creating issues in some of those areas. So the idea is to go into some of those well-established subdivisions and start clearing the easements back out so the drainage flows properly. I know there's one we've talked about for a few years that's down on sort of Ridge Heritage Old Mill. We have an 8 meter wide easement, and there's 12, 16 inch diameter trees on it where it no longer flows water. It's just become vegetation and part of people's yards. So we'd like to start gaining some of that back, and that'll improve drainage and some of those subdivisions where water's pooling and it can't get away. Well, a big part of it is that it can't get to the outlet. So the idea is to start clearing, going through, and it's some of them where there's mature trees, it's going to be probably bringing in a forestry contractor to remove the trees, and then bringing in someone else to do the ditching and sort of just kind of the elevations and grading and stuff again. So it's just to try to start getting ahead on some of those and making some improvements.
Okay, my second and last question is on the culvert replacement. Does that include, not the construction you're talking about now, but does it include private driveways and
so the
under roads?
The private driveways typically fall under the rural storm. So if we're resetting culverts and driveways, they'll end up there. The 120 is more where we've got larger cross culverts and deep fills. We've been greatly improving and benefiting from putting the 120s or so thousand in every year. It's letting us tackle some of the bigger drainage problems, and it's usually every spring we have one or two that fail, and we did have an assessment done that we're kind of have some that we're keeping an eye on, ones that we'd like to change. So it's mainly cross culverts that are on larger channels under our roads, and it's ones that are fairly deep fills, and it's better to have a contractor come in and tackle it for us.
Thank you.
So the easement, and I know I talked to you guys earlier in the year that we got to catch up on these easements because they're very far behind in some areas.
Yeah.
Is that just a start at 50 grand? Like, I know you're talking about taking out trees and that, like, you're probably gonna do a couple of easements and your 50 grand will be gone.
We're likely not gonna get very far.
Right.
There's kilometers of easements if you start looking at subdivisions and where things are.
Absolutely.
So it's something that we do have a fairly good record of them. It's something that I would like to sort of create a mapping and a layer file where we can sort of populate that and have something that's a bit more easily accessible. But when you look through so many of the subdivisions, you wouldn't believe how many easements there are. There's some that are only 2 meters wide. that we likely aren't doing much on, but it's more of the substantial ones that are taking the majority of the drainage that we'd like to address.
So we determine which one is first by the lack of drainage from the easement?
Yeah, I think just, there's always areas where there's more concerns, more, calls from residents, and I think we would start on that, and some of those areas that we know where there's some opportunity to make some improvements to make the water flow better.
But that probably will become an annual cost.
Potentially, yeah. It's the same as the culvert replacements. I think we're probably close to having that sort of annual 120,000 we've been budgeting for a few years to a point where we're caught up and it's manageable, with changing most of the culverts from metal to plastic. There's probably a 50-75 year lifespan on it. So metal culverts, depending on what the water quality was, you were maybe 15-20 years and they were rotten. So we're improving better materials and, just trying to get ahead of it. So maybe there's an opportunity that one decreases to offset the other, but it's just a major maintenance cost that we need to kind of look at to get ahead of things and keep making improvements.
Okay. So 2 more items, and they're probably the biggest ones.
Yep.
The 1 ton. It has to happen this in 2026?
It was one that was discussed for last year, that we wanted to replace it. We do sort of have a replacement schedule for the vehicles, and it's extending sort of well beyond that. I looked where I'm thinking maybe in the $5,000 range for repairs this year, which isn't bad. But it's just one of those things that has an annual safety, and you never know what could go wrong with it. So, like I said, it was a vehicle to replace last year, so that was kind of hope that it would. I think some money was put away that we could put it on for this year.
So when you say the 120, is there a rebate to that for the old one? Is that considered yet, or the old one's not going to be worth very much, or?
We do list them on Gov Deals. I know an idea for this one was that potentially we were, because it has a diesel motor in it and there's some value in it, that with limited use we could maybe keep it for a spare, or more when summer students are here. In the summer months we don't have enough vehicles, and so the idea was that we could potentially keep this one with some limited use and keep it going. If it's used sort of on a day-to-day basis, the maintenance cost and the annual safety does go up. Just the more you use it, the more things that wear out and have problems with on it. So.
And my last question for now is the tandem plow truck.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time that I can remember that we're going to spend $390,000 and we have no reserves for it. Like, we couldn't. Is there a way you can, like, so that truck you're replacing would be 12 years old?
Yeah. So. The replacement on our plow trucks is every 12 years,
right.
And that's a cycle we have. Aside from this one, which is a 2015, and then our next one is a 2016, they were bought in back-to-back years. So the idea is if we can replace the 2015 now, which is about 11 years in its life, it lets us get some separation in those in the vehicle, so we don't end up with 2 plow trucks in back-to-back years. And if we push one, then it starts to kind of back up into the other ones as well. I will note the safety check for the truck we're replacing was $20,000 this year. And so it's when they start getting towards the end of their life cycle, the tandem plow trucks start to cost a lot of money, and we were about $20,000 in repairs just to keep it on the road for the winter. So.
And how long does it take to get one once you order it?
We did reach out to the supplier this year, and if we were to order now or early in the new year, we would have it by the fall.
Okay.
So if we held off a little bit, we could split it between 2 years, the 390?
Yeah, like you're thinking delivery in 27?
Take it close to the end of 26 and pay half of it on delivery and the other half in January.
Well, I think you'd probably want it to land on January 1st. That size, the auditor may not take kindly to just.
No, but maybe the manufacturer,
But
at
really,
390, he might say, hey, yeah, you know what, we can hold it for a couple months.
But-
a month, or
it's not really going to affect our 2026 budget, other than a couple of interest payments, right?
Yeah, not even, so right now it's just,
No, we just
it's
eventually,
it as a, yeah.
it's not affecting the budget.
Yeah, not
No,
right
it's not
now,
affecting the budget at
because
all.
we probably wouldn't have a payment until 2027, because we would just get it in the fall. So, so it doesn't affect the budget because it's in as a debt.
No, I think, I was more, my question was more geared at, could we extend the 2 years, but obviously, like, for every 2 years, we're replacing one, but that's really the standard that we need to stay
Push
with,
it back,
right?
yeah. And it's worked well, and we've gotten good value for our plow trucks. Replacement of the 12-year cycle, we've typically been getting in the range of 30,000 for the surplus vehicle. And if we do look at keeping the truck beyond next fall, then we're into an annual safety check again, which could be in the $20,000+ range. So it's just that added cost if we push and delay it as well.
Okay, again, it doesn't affect our budget for 2026. Alan?
Are you confident at 390 with all the tariff issues now on heavy trucks?
So that was an actual quote from our last supplier. He gave us the exact spec sheet on the truck that we bought in '24, and that was what their current price was. So,
Okay. What did we pay for the last one, do you know? Don't worry about it, it's not a big deal.
I think it was in the 330 range, somewhere in there. What's interesting is I was looking at the county of Renfrew, they bought 2 trucks together, and it was just shy of $1 million for 2. Wow. So I think more options, more things on it, but, so I thought at the 390, we were getting a steal of a deal compared to $500,000, so.
Yeah. And the 120 for the 1 ton, same idea, you've got a good eye on that one?
Yes,
for
yeah, we
price-wise?
kind of based on prices from the last one we bought, and the cabin chassis and dump body come from 2 different companies, but the prices for those have kind of leveled and haven't increased a whole lot.
Hey, Brian?
So you have a list of road work here. Do you have a few more on the back burner of, if things go well and Tim's able to save $100,000 on his truck, that, because he's a better shopper, and some other savings? Have we got any other options?
There's always roads that we can look at. I know, even if we did continuation of work in, like, maybe the Stafford built-up area with Larkin Fairview, maybe there's continuation of those projects and stuff in there, but there's always other options for other road work to do. It just becomes 9 kilometers of work is a lot for, I'll say, a group of 6. We don't have a big group, so the more we take on the capital side, it does start to push some of the maintenance activities. So it's a pretty healthy list of roads to do, but yeah, if we get into some smaller, mostly contractors doing the work for us, then we could always look at other options as well.
Okay. Yep.
Do you know what our capital expenditures were last year? We're at 2.8 this year. I know we were 1.2, but some of that came out of reserve. So do you know what the total capital was last year? Before financing or reserves or whatever, just to compare what our total is to last year.
I don't have that
It
sheet.
was, I think, 2.6 offhand, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So, do you want to take another break, or do you think we're close?
Well, we could take 5 and just then get a bearing on where we're going next.
Okay, take 5 minutes. Okay, thanks very much. We're back in budget time. Annie, please.
Okay, so now we're at the capital and special project financing. This is the same slide that you saw a while ago, so just showing for the capital reserve balance and then adding into your capital balance the 2% and all the other reserves and then the two grants, so almost 2.5 million. This is the listing of all the capital projects totaling up to 2.8 million. So all of the public works roads and equipment, the fire stuff that we mentioned, the administration is the computers, flagpoles, and the recreation items. So the proposed financing, this is with the debt of the plow truck. So for the proposed capital and special projects that we have for $2.8 million, we would be using $1,053,000 of the capital reinvestment reserve. So that's using what's left in there and using what's going into what we've planned to put into it in 2026. Also using the two grants, so the community infrastructure fund of $381,000 and the old gas tax of $309,000. The provincial grant of $50,000 for, that's the one in planning for the water monitor. So that's, that one isn't, we're not sure about this one, but if we do get it, we'll spend it. And the other capital reserves of $272,000. And then the tandem truck, so that would leave us with $352,000 that's coming from taxes to finance your capital projects. If you were to not use debt, well, there's many different scenarios. I just threw one out here, but obviously you're adding to your taxes or emptying out your reserves. So this scenario would be adding to your taxes. You're up to almost $800,000 of taxes to finance your capital projects since you're not using a debenture. So that's basically what that result is. So the capital effect on levy, with or without debt, so your operating levy that we mentioned earlier of 6.2 million, then you're adding in 944,000 in your capital reinvestment. The capital levy, which is what the taxes you're using, 352,000, which gives you 7.5 million compared to last year at 7.3. So it's an increase of 204,000 or 2.8%. If you were to go without debt, then you're obviously increasing a lot more by 645,000 and almost 9%. Summary of operating and capital budgets. So as of this morning, when I started presenting the budget, the levy increase was at 7%. This is before the changes that you mentioned, which would represent about $91, sorry, to the median assessed home of $246,000. The debt effect on the capital reserves only is about $405,000, and the capital reserves would go down to $364,000 is what will be left. For the rates, so waste collection would remain at $220 with no increase. Water, we said $985, so that's increase of $25. Wastewater is going to $1,043. That's an average amount per assessment, and so $121 increase. And the general tax, roughly $13.95. Again, that's per assessment, so it depends on your assessment, and that is $91. So total increase of $212 plus $25.
Al?
So one thing we should, if you want to go back that slide, we should add in there to show there's a savings for recycling for each household of about, and I know it's only about $50-some, right? That they're not going to be charged this year, right? For recycling. Recycling was always a separate charge. So we're not going to be charging that as of January 1st, right? So it's a savings per household, right?
The only challenge is that with the new contract with Miller Waste, our collection for garbage, large item collection increased substantially. So the savings that we have on recycling is basically paying for garbage and a large item. Large
That's
item
right.
increased 300%.
That's why we haven't changed that number.
Yeah.
Well, but, yeah. People are gonna ask that question because it was said, that the manufacturer's taking over the recycling and now all of a sudden we're not changing.
The collection went up because he's asked to
I
double
get it.
tonnage.
Okay,
Anything else, Andy?
Yep, so alternative options, so that's just looking at different levy increases and what the effect would be on your capital reserves. So again, like the way it's been budgeted here was 7% is your current with the increase of 91, so no additional contribution, so your effect is 405,000 on your capital reserves. So if you were to lower that to I had 5.64 there if we were to put 100,000 in. With the changes that we made, we are going to be under 7%, so I'll have to recalculate the exact amount. But if these numbers aren't super accurate now because of that, but it just gives you kind of a rough idea of what the effect that it would have on your capital reserves depending on how high your increase is for the levy,
so before the change we made today, and we're guessing it's somewhere around 6.4, it's gonna come out to. So we could go to 6.9 and put 40,000, 40,000 into reserves.
So we just did the calculation of the difference in our reserves, taking water and wastewater out. And so we're actually reducing our reserves by 73,000 and change right now. Where last year, I think we said we put 380 in. We increased our reserves by 380 in our budget last year. And it's a really slippery slope when you start funding the operation out of reserves because eventually the reserves are gone. So we're trying to get it as close to zero on a positive side as much as we possibly can. So like Steve said, if we go up another 0.5%, that takes that 73 down to about 35,000. We're reducing our reserves. Still not zero or better than zero, but.
And you've got to consider in the 7%, if we're using 7 as a number, thanks. You got to consider in the 7%, there is 3% in there that's going directly to capital reinvestment. So 3 to capital reinvestment and 1 to capital recreation reinvestment, I guess. So technically operating is only going to see a 4% increase. That's the thing. The other one is building, it's building that, can you go back to the reserve one? I can't think of a couple there, where was it? Yeah, so you see that we're at capital reinvestment this year will be at
look at this one, sorry.
Okay, so 2025, the capital reinvestment was at 900, well, it was at
964 or something.
944, the
944, and this year it's scheduled to go to no, that's not correct, eh? End of balance.
Started at
133.
133.
Eh?
133 is what's left after 2025,
Yeah,
and
I
then
know,
you're adding.
I'm just trying to see, but we're putting in about 130,000 into capital reinvestment. We're multiplying, we're compounding it every year, so we're growing that fund, which has been great. I mean, we've been at it now 10 plus years, and it's now $1 million, for instance, just going strictly to capital every year, and it's growing. I mean, there's gonna be a point in the next 5 years, you probably won't have to put that 1%, because it's gonna get to the point where you're taking people's money for not the right purpose, right? So anyway, but I just wanted to go, is 3% of that 7 is going into these capital reinvestment. We're starting recreation now, of course, but it's going there, so you can look at it as, if you want to justify it to the public, is that you're putting 4% in operating, and the other 3% is for capital construction in future years, or this year, for instance. So.
And then, again, you're looking at, we're not sure of the OPP yet, but we do have 265,000 in the levy stabilization. So worst came to worst, instead of going from 6.9 to 8.3 or 8.4, we can take out the 100 to cover the fire. So, and we still have 165 left. Now, we reduce the reserves by 100, but at least you're not jumping 1.5% for the OPP costs. So, I think last year we were, what, 7.9? Do we remember right?
I think that's,
Our
oh,
increase?
yeah, right here, I got it.
The total levy increase last year?
Yeah,
7 point,
6.3.
Oh, 6.3?
6.33, 8.4.
oh, the dollar amount, sorry.
No, yeah, the percentage. I'm just going by.
6.33, so.
And if everybody remembers, before we started this fund, we were having a tough time getting roads and infrastructure done, and we're getting more and more done each year. You know, you look at, right now, we're gonna put $2.8 million into capital, like, the only reason we can do that is because we have that fund.
Now, I guess the question for every council member to reflect is, I think right now, I think the next step, really, and the last step for today is, where do you really want to be? Do you want to be at 6.5 or 6.9 or 4 or 3 or whatever? And we can go back and try and present that. I mean, we just need to get that, I think you just need to have that discussion.
Keith?
I think the percentage is a misnomer.
Well, it is, you're right.
It's a real misnomer, and I think what you have to look at is the average assessment property and the tax amount that they have to pay. I think that's the true measure that everybody else is going to think about, so.
So, yeah, you go ahead one, I think. Head one or back one.
Yeah, right there.
So right now, 212
No,
if you're on
it's 91.
wastewater.
91 for general.
Yeah,
Yeah.
12 if you're
So,
on everything.
so if you take a $500,000 house, you're probably looking at a $180 increase if you're not on water and sewer. Ballpark,
Yeah.
right?
What was it, 278?
And
246
246 is
the
our average household.
$15 a month.
Yeah.
So 246, if you look at 5, as the mayor says, you're looking at double at 91, you're at $180 extra on a 500,000, which is more realistic than the 246.
So is that, as Dean said, is that where we want to be? Do you want to
Too
be at
much?
9%? Do you want to be at, can't really go a lot lower, otherwise we'd dig out of reserves and
Well,
it's not a smart thing to do.
I mean, we could go on the capital reinvestment, we could take 1 instead of 2, and that gives you another, that drops it 1%, then you're at 6.
Well, and Steve and I maybe mentioned that on break, that do we take a 1-year break on that, and then go back to 2 next year?
Well, the only thing with that is then you're cutting because that revenue is
Reserves.
covering capital expenses right now, so then you have to kind of readjust that as well.
I think that 2% is something that, as Dean said, created years ago, and it's working really well, and I would hate
But the
to
thing
have
is,
to cut
just to
that.
remember though, we were 1% for many years, we went to
know.
2 last
Yeah.
year, and we're going, well, we're sticking with 2 now, or we're going to 3 now, we went to.
3
We were
last
at
year.
1, then we went to 3 last year, because we did 1 for recreation and 2 for capital, and now we're still at 3, we could go to 1 just for capital, or we could go to 2 with capital and rec. I mean, those are options.
Again, you gotta remember that recreation, we don't have much money in recreation
No, and it's
reserves,
coming
and,
out of there,
we're in negotiations or working with the city right now, and.
And all of our facilities are getting older every year, right? They're gonna need more and more work.
Anyways, I need to hear from the rest of council and how you feel, and, this is not a final decision tonight. If depending on council's direction, Annie can go back and maybe just re-look at it, make her adjustments. We could have a 1 or 2 hour meeting next Tuesday, which is an open date right now, or a projected date for another budget session. Or are you happy where we're at, and we'll be discussed in the next council meeting? No.
I would say there's some more information we need, like the OPP costing and a few other things, and Annie can go and massage the numbers and the whole bit, and then if it's not gonna be a huge change, then
skip
But
it.
but if there is a change, and it's worthwhile to have a meeting, I have no problem coming into a meeting.
When do you think the OPP number might come?
Well, they said November, they didn't give a specific date, so,
We can make some phone calls and see if we can see, just check with other colleagues, see if anybody's gotten it. I don't think so. There was kind of a rumble that Bonnechere Valley had it, but I think they just had the maximum of 11. They didn't really have an actual number, I don't think.
Okay.
So, but I guess I'd still like to know, are we still aimed, I mean, is there a feeling that we need to get to 5, or do we go, okay, we want 6, do we want, is 7 okay? I guess that's where we're at. We need to get that
Wendy.
feeling.
I don't feel that we can go lower. I think we need to stay above the 6 in order to maintain where we're going, because if you go down too low, the next year we're just gonna try to play catch-up again.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm good with 6.9.
I think that's where, I personally think that's where we need to be. Like, I would like to even go a little higher than that to get the reserves to at least 0, but 6.9, I'm okay with.
Okay. Okay.
So if anybody has any more comments to us in the next week or so or whatever, let us know. If there's some questions you've come to mind, saying, what about this? Certainly let us know, because we can certainly make a look and go back and feed the numbers. But at this point, we'll aim for around 6.9, see what that brings us
yeah.
with the
Unless
change.
Annie magically find us another
Cash.
150, 200,000.
No problem.
Yeah.
Annie, great job.
Thank you.
First time around, great job. Thank you. And all staff.
Okay, so we're
Yes.
just gonna wrap up.
Okay, I guess we're
Motion to
gonna,
close and then.
we jump into the meeting right away, Dean? We'll be out of here by 5.
Yeah, that would be good.
In the old days, we would.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, just gotta get my motions out of here.
So we
Okay,
just need
motion to
adjournment?
adjourn, yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
Mover and seconder?
Betty and Brian.
Moved by Counselor King, second by Counselor Ugly, that the special council meeting on November 18th, 2025 be adjourned at 4:20.
All in favor?
We'll be back at 5:30.